It's recording. Okay, no issues, sir. Good morning to everyone. This is Vaishnavi from Department of Management Studies, Congo Engineering College. I warm welcome every one participant for this workshop, which is related to the basics of structural equation modeling using Amos. And also, I welcome both the research persons. They were working in this institution for a longer period. Dr. P. Karthikeyan. He has completed his PhD in 2009 under Bardar University, and also he was qualified set in 2006, and he is working in this organization for past 20 years. And he has produced 14 PhDs and 18 MPhil research scholars, and also he has published around 30 research articles in Scopus and Web of Science. And also he has presented various national and international conferences around above 100 papers, and also he has delivered above 150 guest lectures in various colleges related to national international conferences, workshops, and FDPs. And he is the very good research person in the research methodology, article writing, and also he has obtained various funding from government agencies like UGC, ICSSR, ACT, NCW, and Amos, etc. And also he's the reviewer for various journals, and he's been working with international collaborations with various countries like Thailand, Sri Lanka, Malaysia, Singapore, and Nepal, and Indonesia. Recently, he has obtained funding from uh, ICSSR related to this sustainability related project. And I welcome Dr. N. Prakash. He is also working in our organization for around 15 years, and he is expert in structural equation modeling and methodology aspects. And now I welcome both the research person, Sir Karthikeyan sir. Now the dais is yours.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. On behalf of organizing team, I also welcome all the participants for this particular workshop. We have before COVID, we have started for organizing similar kind of workshop in our organization in the physical mode. So because of the COVID, we are not able to meet you all in person. So last month we have organized one physical program in our campus in the title of writing a research paper for journal, as well as obtaining funding, writing research proposal for funding agencies. And this is our second workshop on this academic year, as well as first workshop for our organizing team in this 2023. We are also going to organize one more workshop in the next month, February 14, I think so, in physical mode. That is for research for researchers. Actually, we have tried to start this workshop because we want to enrich our knowledge, whatever the knowledge we have learned, that should be sent to the all communities, which means research communities. So that is the reason we have started to organize many workshops. We also organize many conferences and etc. etc. So as for our department is concerned, we have started offer MBA program into 94, and since 94 we are offering MBA program. This college was started in the 1984, and we have an intake of 120 students per year, and we are offering all elective courses, and we are affiliated to Anna University Chennai, and our curriculum is purely based on the trimester pattern system. Yes, at par with the IIT and NIT. We are only the one institution in autonomous institution, we are only one in Tamil Nadu. We are offering a trimester pattern MBA curriculum, along with more than 20 research scholars in both part-time and full-time. They are doing PhD in our campus. This is about our department, and you can visit congo.ac.in for further details about our institution. With the short note, Dr. Prakash, he is going to handle the session on more practical. I also request you to please open PC for more interesting to learn on Amos software, maybe after 11 o'clock, right? So this session, my session is purely focused on theoretical aspect of Amos and how the structural equation modeling will be useful for the researcher community, as well as I am going to teach you on some conceptual framework model, how to build it, and how this conceptual framework model can be applied for our dissertation, or either for doing a research purpose or writing a research paper. I am audible now. I am audible. Is it any problem? Let me know. Is it
Yes,
clearly?
yes,
Yeah. Thank you.
you
Thank you.
are audible. But I would request you, if you request the participants to open the cameras, this could be the introductory session. We can see each
Fine.
other at least. That's it.
Ma'am, I don't know whether everybody is possible, right? Okay, shall we have some group photo, one or two group photos, so that we can formally we can start. If possible, the participants can please open their. Prakash sir, you can also take some snack. Okay. Thank you all. Thank you all. I request everybody please mute yourself, please. Request all the participants. I request all the participants, please mute yourself. Thank you. Hope my screen is visible.
Yes, sir.
Yes, it is visible.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Well, actually, structural equation modeling. One second.
Just one question. Will these slides be shared with us?
Yeah, definitely. I can share it to you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, dear participants, those who are attending this workshop, please take note out. This material is only for your reference purpose. It will not, I assume that you will not share it to others, right? So we will share it to you by email or by Google, other mode. But the thing is that don't share it to others, right? Thank you. Okay. Structural equation modeling. So we, before going to discuss on much on structural equation modeling, we are all know about the SPSS software is only one software. Maybe it is for research purpose. And now we are using the Amos software mainly for structural equation modeling purpose. It is a concept, and it is a combination of statistical techniques such as exploratory factor analysis and multiple regression analysis. And the purpose of the SEM is to examine the relationship between one or more independent variables and one or more dependent variables. So, namely, mostly we use the structural equation modeling. We use the structural equation modeling for mainly. We use structural equation modeling whenever we have one or more independent variables and one or more dependent variable. So I hope you all know that how the model will start here. Example. So this is more independent variable, one or more independent variable, that how it affect one dependent variable. Okay. So this is mostly it can be done through the multivariate techniques. So there are we have three different types of data. One is univariate data. Second one is a bivariate data, and the third one is a multivariate data. So my dear friends, univariate is dealing on only one variables. Univariate is dealing on only one variables. So we are going to calculate the mean, median, mode, standard deviation for a particular variable. So example, the height of the classroom, the height of the students in the particular classroom, where we can apply the descriptive statistics. The descriptive statistics include mean, median, mode, like that. So this is called as we are dealing on only one variables. Second one is a bivariate relationship. That is studying the relationship between two variables. Studying the relationship between two variables. So in case of studying the relationship between two variables, we are applying the bivariate data. Bivariate data means we can apply chi-square or ANOVA or t-test. So normally one dependent variable, one independent variable. Bivariate require one dependent variable and one independent variable, right? And third one is a multivariate data. So here, multivariate data, we have the data set like two or more independent variable with one dependent variable, or two or more independent variable with two or more dependent variable. Okay. So in such case, so bivariate and univariate, the SPSS software is more than sufficient. But in case of multivariate, if any researcher is applying a multivariate data for the research, we can use SPSS along with there is a software called Amos, where we can able to find out the relationship of the two or more variables. So that is the reason we are started to use Amos software. But there are so many softwares are available in the market. But the famous software is Amos. See, I can show you what are all the softwares are available to study the relationship of the different variables, dependent variable, mediating variable, and dependent variable, independent variable, and mediating variable. See, check here. These are all the softwares: ListRail, EQS, ListCom, Cushion, Moments, Calis, Amos, Ramona, MX. So these are all the different types of softwares are available. But throughout the world, we are all using on the software called Amos. Some people are using ListRail. Some people are also using EQS. But the user-friendly software, according to me, and some researcher is telling that the Amos. So now Amos is an inbuilt option along with the advanced version of SPSS. Amos is automatically installed, so that you are going to try it at a later point of time. The Dr. Prakash would discuss on that, right? Okay. And see, my dear friends, for a structural equation modeling, both independent variables and dependent variable can be a continuous or discrete scale. Independence variables are usually considered either predictor or causal variables because they predict or cause the dependent variable, either response or outcome variables. Structural equation modeling is also known as causal modeling. And path analysis and confirmatory factor analysis is a special type of SIM, right? So my dear friends, I just want to tell you the difference between exploratory factor analysis and confirmatory factor analysis. Okay, we have, see, the factor analysis for your purpose, we have two types of factor. One is a EFA and another one is a CFA. This is exploratory factor analysis. This is confirmatory factor analysis. And this exploratory factor analysis we called as generally factor analysis. That can be study in the SPSS, or we can perform the analysis in the SPSS. We can perform the analysis in the SPSS. If the questionnaire are not divided based on the different factor. Listen, my dear friends, if the questionnaire is not, just a second. Okay, sorry participants. Actually, the factor analysis can be performed using SPSS software. Okay, if the questionnaire are not divided into different factor or under the model, then we can apply the factor analysis. If the questionnaire have splitted based on the different factor, if the conceptual framework model has already developed, please listen, my dear friends. If conceptual model is already developed and the questionnaire is framed according to the conceptual framework model, then we can apply CFA, confirmatory factor analysis, that can be performed in the Amos software. And exploratory factor analysis, if the questionnaire is not divided based on the different factor or not based on the conceptual framework model, or if the conceptual framework model is not developed, then we can go for exploratory factor analysis. And CS, there are two main components of SEM is presented in this diagram. One is a confirmatory factor analysis, second one is a path analysis. So these are our two important components. One is a confirmatory factor analysis, second one is a path analysis. We are going to discuss both. So what is CFA? Yes, a theoretically informed simplification of the complexities of reality created to test or generate hypotheses about linear relationship among the different variable or constructs. And for any research, the research will start with the theory. The research will start with the theory. The research will start with the theory. I just tell you, the research is start with the theory. On just a second. Yes. You just check this model. You just check this model. So this is an basic approach to performing the SEM analysis. So first one, the research is start with the problem. I mean theory. Research is start with the theory. Then it go for model. Then it go for model. Right? Then it go for model. Right? This research is the first theory. Then it go for model. Then instruments construction. Third one is, I'm sorry, I'm simultaneously, I am permitting all the participants. Okay. Fourth one is a data collection, model testing, results, then finally interpretation. This is a basic of the basic approach of performing SEM analysis. This is very important. So any research will start with the theory. Once theory is completed, we are going to construct the model that can be performed in the SEM software itself, or our own. We can able to perform our model. We will discuss on the model. Then after model, we are going to construct the instrument construction, which type of instrument we are going to collect the data. Then we go for data collection. then model testing, that is hypothesis, whether we are going to prove or not, then we are writing in results, and also interpretation. So after interpretation, we are going to provide the solution for a theory, what we are taken into consideration. So this is a generally any research framework, particularly for SEM research, performing a SEM analysis. Okay. So developing a model. So how to develop a model? It is based on the theory. It is based on the previous studies. It is evidence from the data. So I told you there are different analysis. I told you on exploratory factor analysis, correlation analysis, regression analysis, etc., etc., etc. And when we can use exploratory factor analysis, I have already informed you, right? So this is the role of theory in designing models to test. So what is research question? So this research question is mainly focused on the research hypothesis. Research question is nothing but it is a research hypothesis. Do conceptions of assessment, it will influence the performance. Say example, do the conception of conceptions of assessment will influence on the performance. So this is a theoretical framework. This is a theoretical framework. My dear friends, I just go to tell you what is conceptual framework model, right? Okay. See, there are two types of framework. There are two types of framework. There are two types of framework which are very important. One is a theoretical framework. Another one is a theoretical framework. Another one is a conceptual framework. One is a theoretical framework. One is a theoretical framework. Okay. One is a theoretical framework. Another one is a conceptual framework. Okay. One is a theoretical framework. Another one is a conceptual framework. See, what is theoretical framework? So theoretical framework is a collection of interrelated concept, like a theory, but not necessary so well as work out. And theoretical framework guides your research, determining what things you will measure and what statistical relationship you will look for. So my dear friends, we all know that how the research gap is identified. Research gap is identified. So first we want to frame the research problem identification. Based on the research problem, we can frame the tentative topic, and based on the tentative topic, we start to prepare the review of literature. We have to go for review of literature. And this review, so before research problem, the theory will start. Theory will stop. So research theory, then go for research problem, then we identify the tentative topic, then we start to analyze the review of literature. And based on the review of literature, we want to identify what is research gap. According to me, my dear friends, my dear research scholars, my dear colleagues, according to me, the research gap is nothing but the difference between the research problem you have selected or formulated and the review of literature you have analyzed. See, the difference between the research problem you have addressed and the data you have shortlisted in the review. So many researchers, say example, if you take consumer decision making, this is my area of research. And we have so many research which included in price-based decision making, consumer decision making, then product-based, the consumer decision making is decided. But only very limited study is available. Only very limited study is available based on celebrity which influences for consumer decision making. So I am going to choose, this is my research gap. Okay. So in research problem, we have identified the consumer decision making is my research problem. And from the review of literature, we came to know that so many research is available in price-based product quality, etc., which are all influencing on consumer decision making. But only very less research or only very few research or none of the research is available on celebrity, which influences on consumer decision making. That's why I am going to choose the celebrity which influences consumer decision making is my research. Okay. Then we start to find out the theoretical conceptual framework, theoretical and conceptual framework. See here, I request participants, please mute yourself. I request participants. I think somebody has you. Sumi Aji, please. Sumi Aji, excuse me.
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, please mute yourself.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Okay. See here, come to the theoretical framework. We all know that in service quality, how the service quality mix has fixed. If you take one aspect on service quality is the physical aspects. The tangibility is a one aspect. Tangibility refers to physical characteristics. Who are all the people are focused on physical aspect is a one variable. See this example, Thabalkar, Parasuraman, again Thabalkar, and Vasak. So many researchers have done research. So many researchers have done the research with reference to physical aspect is a one factor on the service quality. So theoretical framework will speaks about to know about the researcher who have already performed. Okay. Example, I can tell you, my dear friends, if you take the model, right, say like if you take this is customer satisfaction. Assume that customer satisfaction. And customer satisfaction is based on the price factors, product factors, promotional factors, then distribution factors. Okay. Assume that this is independent variable, this is dependent variable. Here, who are all the researcher? They have considered price factor is a one variable which affect the customer satisfaction. Okay. Who are all the researcher? They have considered about, say example, Mr. X, Mr. Raja, 2020 have identified price factor is a one variable for affecting customer satisfaction. It is also identified by the other researcher, Miss Rani, in 2021 on the price factor is one among the other factors which influencing much on the customer satisfaction. This is called as a theoretical framework. So this is called as a theoretical framework. See how they are writing here. This is called as a theoretical framework. I will tell you, my dear friends, conceptual framework is an analysis. It is an analytical tool with several variations and context. It can be applied in different categories of work where an overall picture is needed. It is used to make conceptual distinctions and organize ideas. So this is a difference between what is conceptual and a theoretical framework. And this is the steps involved for developing a conceptual framework. My dear friends, first important for identifying the conceptual framework is identifying the relevant concept, define those concepts, operationalizing the concept, identifying any moderating or intervening variables. Very, very important. I will come to the subject, identifying the relationship between variables. Now, I am just going to teach you what is mediating variable and dependent variable. See, if the research is having only two variables, dependent variable and independent variable, then definitely we are not required the structural equational modeling. If the research have only two variables, definitely it is not required the structural equational modeling. When we have, say example, my research topic is influence on social media, on student performance. Okay, influence on social media on student performance. Okay, this is my topic, and my dependent variable is student performance. My dependent variable is student performance. What are all the reasons the students are referring a social media? Say education purpose, educational factors, then entertainment factors, personal factors, so many factors. This is independent variable. Factors influencing using of social media. This is nothing but independent variable is nothing but factors influencing usage of social media. And see, we know that this is independent variable, this is dependent variable. Student performance depends on the factor, this factor, this factor, this factor, this factor, etc., etc. And educational factors is identified from some papers. This is theoretical framework. Entertainment factor is one among the important factor for affecting the student performance according to Mr. X, Mr. Y. This is called as a theoretical framework. Now, I am going to introduce the two more variables, two more factors. This is, just a second. This is student attitude and student perception. This is my mediating variable. Okay, this is my mediating variable. So which will affect here, and this one, and finally it depends on the student's performance. So independent variables. So you just look on that independent variables. The topic is impact or influence on social media on student performance. There are so many factors: educational factors, entertainment factor, personal factors, and etc., which will consider on the attitude, student attitude, which influences on student perception, and finally it will decided on the student performance. So if we frame this model very effectively for any research topic, then our 50% of our paper writing work or 50% of your PhD is over. And if we frame this type of model after identification of the research problem and research gap, then you want to use the structural equation modeling, because we have developed a model and each factor wise we have scrutinized the model, or factor wise we have listed out the model. Then definitely we want to find out what is the relationship of student attitude and student performance. What is the attitude of student attitude and performance? What is the attitude of education and student performance? What is the student's perception and student performance? What is the different indifferent variables and student performance? What is the attitude and perception on student performance? So here definitely we required the structural equational modeling. So that is a reason we are all gathered here. This is the typical research model. This is our typical research model. So I will teach you, my dear friends. See here, the research conceptual framework model is possibility to include flowchart, tree diagram, mind map, soft system, etc., etc. And these are all the different forms of the structural, the conceptual framework model, right? This is disaster determinants, proximate determinants, and outcome. Outcome is your dependent variable. The determinants factors influencing are all called as independent variable. The proximate determinants are all mediating variables. So this is a difficult finding of the theoretical framework. This research is talk about the impact of demographical variables, impact of demographical variables, impact of demographical variables on demand resources, work family demand resources, and work family conflict enrichment and satisfaction. See, so I am going to split on how the theoretical framework can be studied. I have put it into the tabular format. We have want to study the different research paper. Just a second. We want to study the different research paper and which year, country, variable studied, and major findings. This is a one form where you can able to produce your theoretical framework. And my dear friends, well, any research, we have three important criteria before going to start any research analysis. One is just a second. Any research, my dear friends, any research, the scale or questionnaire should be carefully studied with three important aspects. One, we want to check the normality, and second one is a validity, and third one is a reliability. Okay, these three are very important. So after framing the questionnaire, the researcher should go for normality test, validity test, and reliability test, right? This normality can be performed even in SPSS. Okay, even in SPSS. So how, you may ask a question to me, how the normality can be tested before going for final survey. With the small amount of sample or with the pilot study, we can perform the normality test, skewness and kurtosis in the SPSS software itself, right? Then the validity. We have validity, we have AVE, that is average variance extracted, then composite reliability, CR, right? So the construct validity and convergent validity and there are three more validities are there. Okay, and this validity can be known from the structural equational modeling, right? See here, third one is a reliability. Reliability can be performed using the SPSS software. SPSS software, right? So this is reliability and validity of the particular variable work demand. So under work demand, I have included these are all the questionnaire. Under work demand factor, I have included these are all the 8 statements I have included, and this is my factor loadings, and this is my Cronfa alpha value and CR value and AVE value. These two can be find out from the find out from the Amos software, and this one Cronfa alpha value can be find out from the SPSS. Will be find out from the Amos software.
Excuse me, sir. What is expansion of CR?
Yes, ma'am. I will tell you. 1 second. Just a second, ma'am.
I think this is composite reliability.
Yeah. 1 second. It is composite reliability only. I will tell you what is the meaning of composite reliability. Just a second. I'm sorry. What happened to my screen? Once again. Actually, the CR it denotes on composite reliability, and this composite reliability where we mainly deal in the exploratory research, and the composite reliability value is between 60 to 70. Then we assume that whatever the scale we have framed is good, right? In structural equation modeling, the constructs represents the model. Okay, 1 second. Constructs represent the model. It is a composite reliability. It constructs represent the model. There is some problem. Just a second. Okay. Yes. It is a composite reliability, right? 1 second.
So, sir, reliability can be find out from SPSS and CR, composite and EVR.
Yeah, I will quickly. I will go that. How to find out the reliability? Just a second. I will go that. But
Karthi, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Sir, I have shared the drive. There you can find how to calculate the CR and AVE.
Okay. Just
there is an Excel sheet. You just feed the loading factor which you find from the Amos. Thereby you can easily find out the CR value and AVE value. We're going to discuss it later, ma'am, while we develop a model.
Yes, sure. But just trying to understand that
AVE
and CR can be found out through Amos and reliability from SPSS, right?
Correct.
That is composite reliability. CR value we can estimate from Amos. Only Cronpack alpha we can calculate using reliability
SPSS.
Yeah. Good.
Ma'am, just a second. I am opening one data for your better understanding. But Prakash sir would discuss much on Amos. See, this is the actually assume that this is a data set where can you able to see the screen?
It is only white visible. No data is visible,
Oh,
at
sorry.
least to me.
Just a second. Just a second. Can you able to see now? Can you able to see now?
Yeah, visible.
Yeah, this is a data set. You go to analyze. You go to analyze. There is a
Cronbach alpha there.
Cronbach alpha value.
Scale.
Scale, I think.
1 second. Yeah, reliability analysis. You just put the data here, and you just go to statistics, items or scale or whatever you. So this is Cronbach alpha value, right? The Cronbach alpha value is 0.901. Okay, 0.901. This is a reliability analysis in SPSS. Reliability analysis in SPSS. Hope you understand, ma'am.
Yes, very much. Thank you so much.
Okay. Just a second. Okay. Come to that model here. I told you there are three important: normality, we can able find out from the SPSS, validity and reliability can be find out. Even a Cronbach alpha value we can find out from SPSS, and composite reliability and AVA, the Prakash sir would discuss it later. This can be find out from the Amos software. Okay, you said that the other data also. RMR, RMSC, CFI, NFI, AG, all data will be find out from the Amos software. This is a difficult model, and we find that the work demand question number 1 have the relationship with the work demand. How much relationship? 0.84. I mean, how much it is influenced? 0.88. Work demand third factor, how much it is influences? 0.88. Like that, it is construct. Okay, this is a difficult conceptual framework model. Work, family, conflict, and dynamics. Work, family, conflict, and dynamics. Here, work demand, work resource, work family demand, and family resources are all my independent variables. And work to family conflict, family to work conflict, work to family enrichment, family to work enrichment are all my the mediating variables, and work satisfaction and family satisfaction are my dependent variable. Work satisfaction and family satisfaction will be my dependent variable. So in the difficult particular conceptual framework model itself, you may understand why the structural equational modeling is the researcher want to conduct. So we want to find out what is the relationship of dependent variable with the independent variable or mediating variables. So individual wise also we can conduct. I mean, we want to calculate, and there's a group also we want to calculate. So this is a difficult conceptual framework model. If a researcher is able to frame the conceptual model very effectively at the beginning itself, after identification of the problem, then we can go for structural equation modeling. This is another one example: impact of social networking sites on professional and personal life. So the social networking sites which influencing on personal life, which include e-learning, educational guidance, etc. The bond factors and risk factors are my that independent, I mean dependent variable, and my outcome, that is dependent variables, are academic performance, career development, and personal activities. So risk factor and intellectual funding factors are all my mediating variables. This is another examples on conceptual framework model, total quality management practices and its impact on organization performance. Okay. And the organization performance, I have split it into two. One is employee performance and quality performance. And mediating variables are commitment, organization commitment, employee commitment, and organization commitment. Independent variables are participation, teamwork, training, quality management, quality circle, etc., etc. Okay. So that is a thing I just want to say on conceptual framework model. Okay. Yes. For this slide only, we have gone for this much of explanation. The role of theory in designing a model to test. Right? So everything is connected to everything in the real world, but it is a model. We select the theoretical reasons, the important connection that we think explain most of what is going on in the phenomena of interest. Okay. And these are all just intro on exponential factor analysis to confirmatory factor analysis. So this is this statement. See, if the statement is writing like that, okay, if the statement is writing this type, then CFA will not apply. We go for exploratory factor analysis. If we build a model, then we go for CFA. If we build a model, then we go for CFA. Okay. Okay. So what is structural equation modeling? Actually, a structural equation modeling is factor model plus path model. Factor model plus path model. And in psychology, it is always the case that the mental state causes the observed behavior, and the arrow always go from the latent construct to the observed items. In sociology and economics, the direction of the arrows can be reversed. Okay. So here in path analysis, you may find here the factor analysis. There are socioeconomic, father education, father occupation will include the home background, and the scores will include the school achievement, and the other analysis like career success is mainly depends on the job satisfaction, salary, and all. These are all the some examples on the path model, how we are going to build. Okay. And this everything we Shar would have discussed very deep in the forthcoming the practical session. Okay, I just go for well. So it is actually the structural equation modeling. It is a concept is a combination of statistical such as exploratory factor analysis and multiple regression. That's what I told you. And both, right, 1 second. Yeah, this one is important. What is path analysis? This is theoretical assumption, data assumptions. This one is also an important. 1 second. Yeah. Examines how n independent variables are statistically related to a dependent variable. It is applies the techniques of regression analysis. It aiming more detailed resolution of the phenomena under investigation. And it allows the interpretation of statistical dependencies, how data files to be a theoretical model. And we have to find the path analysis. Very important assumptions are dependent variable must be a continuous data, and normally it should be normally distributed, and independent variable may be a continuous, which is no deterministic questions can be applied, and all the question must be it is a categorical no deterministic or categorical variable, it should be a continuous variable. And very, very important, when the path analysis can be applied, it's about 20, at least 30 observation for each independent variable. At least 30 observation for each independent variable. So these are all the assumptions on the path analysis. We have both effect, direct and indirect effect. Both, say if you take a task will be based on the age, education, and will. See here, we have direct effect and indirect effect. So direct effect means Direct effect means, see, 1 second. So we take example, the task is based on age and education. If age will decide on task, education will decide on task, this is called as a direct effect. Under education, we have will, we have strong, etc., etc. And how the will decide on task and strong will decide on the task, it is called as an indirect effect. In the path analysis, okay, in the path analysis, we are going to decide both indirect and direct. So you may ask a question to me, what is path analysis? Actually, the structural equation modeling will consist of, in Amos software, structural equation modeling, we are going to study the relationship and we are also going to find out the path, right? There are two types of observed variables, endogenous variables and exogenous variables. For each endogenous variables, a regression analysis is to be performed. I will show you, right? I will show you, don't worry about. These are all the steps of sorry. These are all the basic concept of factor analysis, right? This is model constructing, model hypothesis. We will share this slide for your better understanding. Okay. And I will show you how the thesis have written in the SPSS. Just a second. So these are all the examples on the theoretical framework. These are all the examples on the theory, how the theory is filled out. See here, we have included this is a topic on work family conflict and enrichment. We have started with the theory. We have started with the theories and how theory is plays a role for deciding on the research model. We have included. And these are all the different work family studies or theories which we have included in our study. So theory, how it is built with the model, coming to that area, yes. This is a theoretical framework. The role of work family demand and resources on influencing work family conflict enrichment. So here we have included, these are all the variables studied, family resources, community. So Pavitra Misra has used family resources is one variable, and these are all the researchers have used the different variables: work family conflict, work family enrichment. So we keep in consider about these are all the research model because of these researcher have used these variables. We also consider to include in our proposed research model, right? So this is a way where we have written on our theoretical framework. Then come to the conceptual framework, I will tell you. One second. Yes. Yeah. So we have conducted the pilot study, and based on the pilot study, I told you we are going to calculate the normality test. Okay. And here the data analysis and interpretation. See, that collected data will be applied in the percentage analysis, ANOVA, t-test, correlation, regression, and SEM model. Okay. And two statistical software package we are used. One is a SPSS, another one is a Amos, right? Amos. For Amos 20 version or above version can be used to perform confirmatory factor analysis to test the construct of the study, And SPSS can be applied for the purpose to calculate all other descriptive statistics and to identify the ANOVA, t-test, correlation, and other regression analysis. So normality is the first step to know about whether our scale or our valid, our construct scale or construct measure is valid or not. That we may know from the skewness and kurtosis data that can be calculated either from, we can calculate from the even SPSS itself or even MS Excel. Then this validity, we have the validity we have based on the, I told you already, based on the SPSS as well as based on the structural equation modeling, we can find out. See, this is a conceptual framework confirmatory factor model. So this is AVA, and these are all the other model I have told you. Just a second. Yeah, this is a reliability, and this is a reliability and validity, composite reliability, and AV average variance extracted, growth for alpha value. On each factor, work demand, we have calculated. And this is a CFA model, confirmatory factor analysis model for the particular factor. And we have calculated for work resources. And this is the valid. Each factor we want to give, because under each factor we have different statements. If you take example, the work demand, we have 8 statements, and for work resources we have 12 statements, and for work to family conflict and family to work conflict, see here, this is work to family conflict, we have 5 statements, and family to work conflict we have 5 statements. Accordingly, we also want to calculate for enrichment, then dependent variable also, the satisfaction, work satisfaction and family satisfaction. See, dear colleague, so I have framed the model. Based on the model, I am going to calculate the reliability and validity for all the particular factor. If you take the conceptual framework, see, this is a conceptual framework. Work demand, work resource, or family demand and family resource. Work demand have 8 different statements. Work resources have 12 statements. Work family demand have some 8 statements. Family resource have 8, 9 statements. Similarly for all mediating variables and also for dependent variable. So for each factor listed in the different variables, dependent or independent or mediating, we should calculate the validity and reliability data. So this is a basic requirement before we can apply the confirmatory factor analysis, right? Then then only we are going to start our research. Here I will tell you, my dear friends, these are all the common tests we have applied even in SPSS software. And just a second. Test ANOVA, chi-square we have applied, multiple regression analysis also we have applied. Yes. Just a second. Yes, this is paired sample t-test, multiple correlation analysis, regression analysis. Yes, structural equation modeling. Actually, it is a definition is given on one book on Tepictis and Fidel. It is a collection of statistical techniques that allow a set of relationship between one or more independent variables, either continuous or discrete, and on one or more dependent variables, either continuous or discrete. Okay. And a researcher in social science research have found SEM to be an appropriate technique to examine their hypothesized models. Hypothesized models. And structural equation modeling was used to explore statistical relationship among the items of each factor and between the factors of independent and dependent variables. See, this is the conceptual framework model, and we have started to use path diagram on structural equation modeling. This is a sub-concept model 1. The next session, you may know that how the model can be built in structural equation modeling, and this is a sub-concept model 1 result. Then this is sub-concept model 2 and the result. This is the variables in the model. Then we have included sub-concept 3, sub-concept 4. We have totally 5 model. Then coming to the sub-concept model 6, this is assumption models. Then finally, this is a hypothesized model. And finally, re-specified model. This is a finally re-specified model. How the re-specified model can be built. See, you can see that family work have relationship with the family conflict. Work family enrichment have relationship with work family work enrichment. There are some factors, exogenous factor. E1, E2, E1 is there, E2 is there, E3 is there, E4, E5. There are some extraneous factors we may also affect some variables. Okay. And these are all the results on re-specified models. This is a structural equation conceptual model framework, formulas, everything we can apply here. This is a final re-specified model is a final model. Then this one is a path effect, where we are going to find out what is the path effect, whether it is a direct path or indirect path. So here direct path is between work demand and work satisfaction, and indirect path is between work demand, work family conflict, and work satisfaction. So this can be also done through the structural equational modeling. Okay. So this is a mediation effect. Okay. So these are all the 3 different types of tests or analysis we may carry out for our research purpose in structural equational modeling. Okay. So I think I will stop with this. If anybody have any doubt, you can ask, because it is more on intro session. I am not discussed much on the SEM structural equation modeling, particularly with reference to Amos, because the next session we are going to learn. So that's what I just gave intro on conceptual framework model, path model, and how the relationship on a theoretical and conceptual relationship will play. Okay. So any doubt you can ask, and we will wind up the session 10:45. We have a break from 10:45 to 11 or 11:05. Then we will start our session on practical session on Amos software. Over to the
Sir, just one question.
please, ma'am, please. Any question?
Yeah, the re-specified model which came up in the last,
Yeah.
is it the result when
Yes,
we?
ma'am. Yes,
it is the result which is given by the software.
Yes,
It
definitely.
re-specifies the concept that we have built upon.
Correct, ma'am. Correct, ma'am. It is based on the different model we have tried, and
Yeah.
Yes, yes, sir.
Sir, actually, the model was created, ma'am,
Yeah,
with
yeah.
respect to theoretical framework. And then we
We want to
insert,
test.
we feed the data into the Amos, and that will give some result. But there is some deviation in the result where that link will be not suit to match the other variable, which we going to discuss on the next session, ma'am.
Sure.
Ma'am, actually, when we are not able to find out the actual reliability score or the significant value, then we will try on the some other similar kind of model. Probably you can be learn from other next class, next session.
Right.
And Shankar sir have asked about the threshold value of Skinner's and Karthasis is plus or minus 3, sir. 3. Can we have only one mediating variable? Yes, you can add plus 3, sir. Plus 3, plus or minus 3. Up to 3 we can consider. Can we have one mediating variable? Yes, you can have one mediating variable, but most of the researcher they have applied at least 2 mediating variables. Okay, at least 2 mediating variables, but you can study with one mediating variable, no issue.
Sir,
It
I
depends
have
on the study you have to choose. Any question?
yes, sir. Sir, I just want,
Yeah, please, ma'am.
ma'am, sir, I just want to say that if we develop any model, we take the reference of the past studies, then we make our conceptual framework.
Correct, exactly. So that's what
Then,
I told you. For framing the model, we should kindly go through the different reviews, and we want to find out whether these factors have already used by some of the research.
sir, then
Uh,
again, this one is
yeah,
that.
ma'am, I am not audible.
Ma'am,
Sir,
your mic is creating a lot of voice.
Ma'am,
hello,
yeah, ma'am, please.
hello. Sir, then I just want to ask, then what is the novelty in the my study if I am taking the reference of the past study to develop our
No.
model? Then
Actually,
again,
we are not going to use a similar variable, same variables. We are not going to use same factor or same variable. Okay. So that's what I told you first itself. What is your research gap? We are taken into consider only the base. We are not using the same variable. If you are using the same model, for example, some model, some theory have already formulated by some researcher. You can use the same questionnaire, no issue, but no need of conducting the validity and reliability. But our model will focus on this, not only on the same variable which can be considered on the different research. We also include the new variables. We also include on new variables. But many human resource researchers and the researchers based on the stress management or psychology based researcher, they are using the same similar kind of inventory. Inventory means questionnaire. In case of they are using a similar kind of inventory or questionnaire, you need not go for again reliability validity, because the reliability validity has already proved by somebody. So in the case you are using the same model, but the data set will be different.
sir, suppose I am adding new variable in my conceptual framework or
Hmm.
proposed model. Then
Okay.
again, I need a theoretical or some past research support to validate our model.
Yeah, definitely. It is required. You want to prove yourself whether your data is validity, your data have reliability or not. That definitely you want to prove. Then only you go for other test.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Ma'am, or else you want to get to opinion from the some expert if you want to add some new variables in the old construct.
Okay, sir.
You want to conduct some meetings where you take some experts from different related fields, and then you want to prove that important factor to be added in your model.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Any question?
Sir, I have put it my query in the chat box. Could you
Yes,
please?
sir. 1 second. Can we have two different models in our research and later make one model? No, actually, hypothesis model, re-specified model, that we will discuss it later. But we can't do with the two different models, sir. We can't do with the two different models. Okay, it is not possible because it is totally different. We can't use, right? How we can execute previous theory in our present research model? Uh, See, we are taken into consider it is a base. That's all. Base, and it is a base for my research paper or my research work. So we are executing the previous theory. This is my base, and base research, based on the base research, I am going to execute my new model, new theory, or new other form of research.
Oh, okay, sir. About another question about mediating.
Okay. Mediating. One second. Can we have one second? One second. Can we have mediating and moderating variable both in one model? Yes, definitely. You can. You can add.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah,
What
ma'am.
is the
Please.
difference between mediating and moderating variables?
Yes, ma'am. I will explain you in the next class. Maybe after Prakash's discussion, I will deeply explain you on this one, mediating and moderating. Before that, you can understand. If you are not understand, definitely I can explain you in the next session or afternoon session. Because mediate at this point, you just learn only mediating. It is more than sufficient. Once the practical session is over, if you understand about mediating and moderating, well and good. Otherwise, I will explain you what is mediating and moderating with a difficult model.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Sir, about
Shall we have a break?
last
Yes,
question.
sir.
This
Please,
is
sir.
last question about the control
Yeah, please. No
variables.
issue. No issue.
How many control variables we can add in a model? Is there any limit or what?
No, 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 no. Can you you can use so many control variables, sir. It depends on your situations. It depends on situations,
Okay.
right?
Okay.
So shall we go for break? Maybe 10-15 minutes. You can keep you can stay on the same line. Okay, you can stay on the same line. We will meet you at 11 or 11:05. Is it okay, all?
Oh, it's okay, sir.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Dear participants, thank you for patience. Prakash sir, shall we start? Prakash sir?
Yes, sir.
So 2 minutes, I think he will join it. Meantime, if you have any queries, you can ask. If you have any queries, you can ask. I think, yes, I think Saru have already joined.
Sir, one question,
Yeah, please, sir, please.
So when we write our research paper and, going forward to the analysis part, most of the time in primary study, we don't find the normality of data. We are struggling with that, sir.
Correct. So actually, the thing is that you can find the validity and reliability in that, but normality is normally you can't find out in the research paper, because you also find that only very few researchers have used the structural equation modeling in the research paper. You may feel that. So the thing is that we all know how to use the structural equation modeling, but using the structural equation modeling, how to write the research paper, we may not know. That's what many editors, even if you find many of the developed countries, they are not using structural equation modeling. Okay, now they are using the different analysis. They are not using even SPSS. They are going for some other smart PLS and other tools. Or they are using, if you take qualitative research. Very, very rare researcher, they are using Amos software. So we even without knowing what is the requirement of this model in the paper, we are all using, but it is totally difficult. It is wrong method.
I'm also using the both, sometimes PLS, sometimes Amos, and I have been using SAM and CFA since 2015.
Oh, great, sir. Great.
Actually, what is the problematic thing for me? Whenever I collect the data, of course, in primary, and I found the normality issue all the times. So before running the model, I found that if the data is not normal, should I go ahead for
Definitely.
the civil or not? So this is the part where I need your expertise to know that.
Yeah, definitely. We will discuss, sir. We will discuss.
Okay. Thank you.
And just one more question, sir. When just you mentioned that people are not using Amos for a research paper, what is the reason behind?
Ma'am, sorry to say that without knowing how to use the Amos, the people are using.
All right.
See, I gone to one PhD Viva. One of the research scholars used Amos, structural equation modeling for the demographical variables. For the demographical variable, right? Demographical variables, how we are using structural equation modeling, we may not know.
Yeah.
It is not possible, right?
Sense is not there. There's no sense in doing it.
Correct.
Okay.
So that is the reason. See, even the examiner has pointing out only if there is a need, you can use structural equation modeling.
True.
Right? Only if there is a need, you can use structural equation modeling. Even in SPSS itself, so many analyses we can able to perform. It's not required almost always. When there is a need to find out the moderating or mediating effect with the dependent and independent variable, then there is a need for using Amos. But if I know Amos or Amos software, if I am using the Amos software for my research, it is a wrong.
Fine, got that. Okay. Thank you.
Prakash sir, you can start the session.
Yeah, thank you, sir. So, warm good morning to one and all present here. In this session, we're going to discuss about the what is Amos and how the Amos will help you in the resource. Okay, once you doing the research or study, how the Amos will be helpful for you. or for writing the paper or thesis writing, anything, how the Amos will help you for the research activity. Okay, so that is the thing we're going to discuss today. So you all know about some basic things. So I'm going to wind up these topics. So normally in any research you can take, there are two different categories of data. One is an qualitative data and another one is an categorical data. So quantitative data, it is like an continuous variable or discrete variable, like 1, 1.1, 2, 3, like integer variable, or sometimes it is a continuous variable like ratio variable. Or categorical data is a grouping variable where we can easily group like gender, brand. This all is something which comes under the categorical data. So most important part in the research modeling is these two variables, which already Karthi have discussed about it. That is independent variable and the dependent variable. So this is the common name which all globally they are using. But when you take with respect to an Amos or in research activity, they have given the name as an exogenous variable that we called as an independent variable, and another one is an endogenous variable which we called as an dependent variable. Okay. So similarly, the independent variable will also called as an decision variable. And the dependent variable we called as an result variable. Okay. So these two is the important variable which any types of model will be having it. So some other variables which is the part of the research model is control variable. Like example, you are doing some experimental model in particular temperature. The temperature is a constant throughout the experiment. Okay, so that types of variable we call it as a control variable. And next is a composite variable. When we have a multiple statement in a single, we want to convert that multiple factor into a single factor. We're going to use a composite variable. This composite variable we're going to discuss while we discussing the path model. Okay. So next one is a latent variable. So we will have a latent variable as an another name for the latent variable is an unobserved variable, and there is another variable we called as an observed variable. These two things we're going to use it in the same model. So next one is a confounding variable. This is the variable which is hidden while we do a study. So as already they have asked some question, there is some deviation in the normality, or some study will not get the normality. The reason behind this, we will not opt the correct variable in this study. Okay, so that is the main reason. Many times when we analyze, there will be a long gap between the dependent and independent variable. The reason behind is we will not correctly suit the variable in the model. Okay, so that is the thing. The most of the researcher fail to do it. That will leads to failure in the development of the model. Okay. So next we move on directly to the Amos. As you all know, Amos is an analysis of moment structure. Normally, same model is done through Amos software. So SIM, which Sar already explained, it is a causal modeling. It also called as an analysis of covariant structure. So it is an also combination of factor analysis and the multiple regression analysis. Okay. So in SPSS, you have already seen about factor analysis, where you have multiple variables, then you group into different dimensions of some statement will comes under some dimension. Thereby you named some something, okay, some variable name. So that we called as a factor analysis. Multiple regression analysis is used to find the relationship between the variables, okay, between the independent variable and the dependent variable. Okay. So, but structural equation model helps to identify the combination, or it will give the relationship between the variables, even between the independent variables, or between the independent and dependent variables. Everything we can discuss in the structural equation modeling. So how to do the Amos? Here we will have a small practical session. So everyone can open the Amos software. you can go to the start button, and then you click all program. Then you click IBM SPSS statistics. So it depends upon what name, what version you are having. So you go to click the all program, IBM's SPSS statistics, then IBM SPSS Amos, and you just click on the Amos graphics. Okay. Or if you have a latest version, you just type Amos. You can find that apps in your start list. Then you can open the Amos software. Amos graphics is the software where we're going to work out our sim modeling. Have you all opened the Amos graphics? Have you all opened the Amos graphics?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Sir, could you please explain the path, because I had downloaded the files given by you yesterday even, and then what is to be done next to that?
Ma'am, it's to be installed. Once you have downloaded, you have to install it, whether you have installed it or not.
I've just done that. IBM SPSS Statistic version 20. I have just installed it.
Okay, whether you have installed the Amos software or not.
Amos.
So I have sent you 2 drives.
Basic Amos material, that is one?
No, ma'am, I have sent you a 2 drive link where one you can download the SPSS statistics and you can install it, and another one is an Amos software.
This is SPSS Amos.
Yeah,
Okay.
that is to be installed.
Okay. So we have to run this exe file.
Yeah, exe file. Before that, you have to install the .NET file.
Where is it to be done from?
So it is available in the IBM SPSS stat folder, .NET.
Once again, which folders are you mentioned? SPSS?
Stat. SPSS software stat.
IBM SPSS Statistics V20. Is that the one?
There you can find the .NET software.
Okay.
You have
There
to
are 2
install
files.
the .NET software.
There are
After
2 files in that, sir. Crack and setup. Am I in the right folder? There are 2 files in that IBM SPSS Statistics. Setup and crack. Which one is to be opened?
Ma'am, whether you have seen this folder there, .NET FX35 setup.
I'll look into it once again. IBM Statistics. I think setup file will do. Then
You have
.NET.
to install .NET file. Then you have to install CI4FWML. This is the Amos software.
Sir, it has so many files. How would I identify .NET? Is there a short method?
You can just open the SPSS Amos V20 folder. In that you can find .NET FX35 setup.
Okay. Yes,
Okay,
it is
you
there.
try to install them, or just you can note down.
It
We
is
will send
there.
the record link to you. You can carry out.
I've done that.
Yeah.
Got
Because
that
it
file?
takes 10 to 15 minutes to install. That's what.
It has started.
Okay. You try, ma'am. I will just give you a basic thing. You just follow what I'm saying. Later on, you will work out on your model.
Fine. Thank you so much.
Okay. So once you have opened, then you go for the file. It is new file. Okay, so we will start from here. Once you have opened the SPSS Amos software, you can find this window. Okay, so here this window we call it as an work area, and here you can see there is an toolbar with some buttons which we are using regularly. Okay, so this is a toolbar button. In top you can find the menus. Okay, file, edit, view, draw, analysis. Here also we will have all the options to perform the analysis. Okay, so this is what about the structure of the Amos window. So you can see this is the white, this white space we call it as an work area, and you can change this work area according to your need. Okay, so how can we change this border? Okay, how can we change the size of the page? Okay, so this will be done by you just go to the view button. Okay, whether you are all following or not,
Yes,
just
sir.
go to the view button.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. So first thing is we are resizing our page. For that I am doing this option. Go to view button. There you click the interface property. Okay, so first option, view button, interface property. There you can find the what is the margin you want, left, right, top, then height or width of the paper. Okay, so here also we will have a different paper size according to your requirement. You can select what you need. Okay, so there we can draw our model. Okay, so example, I will take the landscape A4 size. Okay, I have taken A4 size paper in landscape view. Okay, I have applied this. Now you can see the paper size, that is workspace size is changed according to what we specified there, right? Okay,
Yes, okay.
Sir, could you please explain this step again?
I mean, Shivani, yeah, tell me, ma'am.
Yes, yes, sir. How to modify the page of Amos interface? Could you
You go
please
to
explain?
view, interface property. In paper size, you can select what you want. Portrait A4 or portrait A5. I have selected landscape A4 and I click apply. That's all, ma'am. Okay.
Okay, thank you so much, sir.
Okay. So whatever we are going to do in the Amos, we want some data set. Okay. So how to extract the data set from SPSS? Okay. That is the thing I am going to tell you. How can we extract the data set from SPSS? Because Amos is just a pictorial representation of the data set which is available in the SPSS. Okay. So you go to file, just follow it, go to file, then click dataset. I think whether you have downloaded the dataset which I have sent to you.
Yes, sir, we have downloaded.
Okay. I will say once again, go to data file, go to file, then data file. Then you can select the file name. Select the file name. Then you can open the data file where it is. Okay. So first I'm going to work with the CFA data. You just feed this data into the Amos software. CFA data. Go to file. Then take the click data file. Then you locate the file where it is. That is CFA data. Then you click open. Okay. Then here you click OK button. So now what happened here is your data is feed into the Amos software. Okay. So whatever analysis you can make with the data will be done in the Amos software. Okay.
Sir, while opening the Amos software, it is asking some code. Enter code. What should be written in there?
Ma'am, you just move into EXY. There in README, you will find the code. Okay, ma'am. So now we have feeded the data into the Amos software. First thing I want to say is, as Karthikeyan sir said, in Amos we can do the two different analysis. Okay, so that is one, it is an confirmatory factor analysis, and another one is an SEM model, that is path analysis. Okay, so these two analysis which we can going to perform in the Amos. Okay, so CFA, you know, it is an validity analysis, construct validity analysis. It also called as an measurement model. Okay, so some statement which we have modeled will meet the requirement or not. Okay, so that is the thing we find out in the confirmatory factor analysis. In path analysis, we're going to say how the model work. Okay, we have created some model. Will it work according to what we theoretically assumed? Okay. So first thing we're going to perform is an CFA analysis. Okay, that is confirmatory factor analysis. It will help to validate your data. Okay, that is that group of statement is right to that that dimension or that variable or not. So while performing the any modeling in the Amos, we want to know about these two variable. Okay, so one is an observed variable and another one is an unobserved variable. Okay, so what observed variable is, we collected the data that we going to feed into the Amos software. Okay, some collected data that we called as an observed variable. Some collected data to represent some variable. Okay, so that we call it as an unobserved or latent variable. Okay, so these two things to be well known while we performing the confirmatory factor analysis. We'll explain you while doing this model. So here we have already feed the data into the Amos. How can we take back the data? Okay, here you can see in the left side toolbar. Here you can find the tool named as a list variable in data set. Okay, so this thing you have to click so that you can find the what are all the variables available in the data. Okay, so here there are around 6 plus 8, 14 variables in the SPSS data set. Okay, so I will also explain what we going to perform now. So here is a small questionnaire. So this questionnaire is all about the impact of IT on organizational effectiveness in SME sector. Okay, so this is a small questionnaire. We will not work out the complete questionnaire. I will take a sample of 2 groups of data and we going to perform the confirmatory analysis for the each category. Okay, so for this they have n number of factors. I will take only 2 factors. Okay, so first factor is an enablers for IT adoption and another one factor is an barriers for IT adoption. Okay, So what are all the enablers available for adapting or implementing the IT in the organization for the organization effectiveness? Similarly, what are all the drawbacks or barriers for adoption of IT for the organizational effectiveness? Okay. So these are all the only two variables I have taken from this study. So I want to know whether this data, this indicator, okay, so you can see in the enablers, there are 6 indicators, okay. One is it will give monetary benefits. We will change according to the global change. Then young and new entrepreneurs with IT background will be employed for placement, and increasing linkage between the large and small enterprises, then improvement of quality and efficiency to avoid losing of customers. Okay, so I take 6 indicator which represents the enablers for IT adoption. Okay, so this 6 statement will represents the enabler for IT adoption. Okay, which means I want to check whether this 6 construct or 6 indicator really suits the enablers for IT adoption or not. Okay, that we going to check in our confirmative factor analysis. Okay, so even in your model, while developing your model, you will also have an dependent variable, independent variable, moderating variable, moderate variable, whatever variable you have. But each and every variable, we will have a different statement that represents that particular independent variable or dependent variable or moderating variable. Okay. So similarly, for this types of study, they have identified enabler is one variable under which they will have 6 different indicators. Okay. So now we going to check whether this 6 statement will suit for the enabler or not. Okay. Similarly, I will also have 8 indicators which represents the barriers for IT adoption. Okay, so we're going to check these two in the confirmative analysis. Have you understand what the questionnaire is?
Yes, sir. It is clear.
Okay, thank you. So now we have feeded here. We have already feeded the data inside this. First 6 A1, A2, A3, A4, A5, A6. These are all the measured value, observed value. These 6 will represent the enablers of IT adoption. Okay, so these all 6 variables is measured in the Likert scale. Okay, so similarly for barriers also there are 8 indicators which is measured in the Likert scale. These are also an observed variable. Okay, so here we will have enabler. It is one observed variable. Enablers, that is A1, A2, A3, A4, A5, A6. These 6 are the observed variable. That is, and also for barriers A1, B1 to B8, they are all the barriers for the IT adoption. Okay. Now I will work out this. So here I am going to give some terminologies which we used in the Amos. So here you can see the rectangular or square box. For any types of observed variable, it is to be represented in the square or in rectangle. Okay, means if A1 is an indicator, it is an observed variable that is to be represented as a square box or rectangular box. Okay, so another one thing, we call this as an unobserved variable. Either it will be denoted as a circle or ellipse. Okay, so this is the thing we call it as an latent variable or unobserved variable. Okay, so first I will start this working out this problem. So first I will draw a small circle here. Okay, so you just click this ellipse shape button and you can draw the circle here. Okay, it is similar like how we are drawing in the paintbrush. Okay, so click on the ellipse shaped button and you just draw in our working area. Okay, so later on I want to add this unobserved variable. So here I'm going to draw an observed variable. Okay, so I'm going to draw an rectangle here. Okay, so this is an observed variable. So in first cases, I'm going to work out the first 6 data which comes under the enablers of IT adoption: A1, A2, A3, A4, A5, A6, and that is to be comes under enablers of IT adoption. Okay, so for 6 observed variable, I'm going to draw 6 boxes. Okay, so we can draw 6 boxes like this, or else we want to draw a similar size of the boxes. You just click here, and here you can find an button called duplicate object. Okay, you just draw only one box, then you click on the duplicate box. There you can find out the so that we can duplicate the similar types of shapes of box. We can repeat it as required. Okay, so I'm going to click the copy button, then I'm going to click here, and I'm going to move it. Okay, similarly I want 6 observed variables. Okay, which means I want to have a 6 rectangle box. Okay, so click on here and move it, click on here and move it, click on here and move it. 1 2 3 4 5. I also going to add one more 6 variable. Okay, even if you want to move this, we can move. Here you can see a button like a lorry button. Okay, so this helps to move the object. So first select all the object, and this is the button. You can see here it is like finger. Okay, all the fingers rise up. This helps to select all the object. You just click on, you can see all the variables, that is all the rectangles, and the circle box will become blue color. Okay, so thereby we can move inside the workspace. Okay, so far any doubt? We have not discussed deeply. We just give a view of how to draw a observed and unobserved variable. That's all. Whether you have any doubt here?
No, sir.
No, not sir.
Thank you. So next one, I'm going to insert the observed variable into the observed box. Okay, so just I click A1 and move it into first box. Okay, since all was selected, so it become repeated for all. Once you select all, when you want to deselect it, click this button. Okay, so this button helps to deselect all the object. Okay, so this third button. Okay, so once you click it, all the symbol will become black box. Okay, so now I am going to add the observed variable into the each box. A1, then A2 in second box, A3 in third box, A4 in fourth box, A5 in fifth box, and A6 in the sixth box. So these 6 are the observed variable which we have collected the data and we feed into the SPSS, and for Amos we have extracted from the SPSS. These are all the observed variable. Okay, have you feed the each observed variable into the box?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
now we're going to tell what is latent variable. Okay, so here you can see this is the latent variable. Okay, so I'm going to name this as an enabler. Okay, so how to name it? You just double click it, where you can find these types of window. In text you can feed the name as an enabler, because these 6 data will represents the enabler of IT adoption. Okay, so similarly you can label anything. I am going to label the similar name in the label box also. Okay, Do you have any difficulties in doing this?
No, sir, it's okay.
No, sir.
Whether you have named it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So now you can want to link between the variables. So here you can see the two arrow mark. This helps to, this is a single headed arrow. This helps to identify the factor loading or regression weightage between the variables. Okay. And you also have another side double headed arrow. This will helps to identify the covariance between the variable. Okay. So, but here we going to work out the first single headed arrow. Okay. So I'm going to click this arrow and I'm going to link this enabler with the A1. And I'm going to link the enabler with A2. Enabler with A3. Enabler with A4. Enabler with A5 and enabler with A6. Okay. I'm going to link this latent variable, which is the representation which we want to know whether these 6 construct will represent, or that is altogether represents the enabler or not. Okay. For that, I have linked the enabler with each and every observed variable. Okay. So here you can find a stick, touch up a variable. Once you click this, you can have some neat diagram. It automatically give the some neatness according to how it was programmed. Okay. Even if you want to move the arrow, you take the move object. So this also helps to move the arrow. It also helps to move the any types of observed variable or latent variable, anything we can do. So whenever you find some mismatch between, you can easily move through move object button. Okay, so next for any types of observed variable, we want to add on the error term. Okay, so error term, it also called as an residual variable. Mainly this will be helps to identified what is the excess thing which is not mentioned in the latent variable and the observed variable. That is, while we try to find out the relationship between the enabler and the observed variable, there will be something which is not create a relationship. Okay, so that will be loaded in the error term. Okay, so for analyzing this residual error, we also called as an disturbance term. This error that arises in the prediction of an endogenous variable by an exogenous variable, that is between latent and the observed variable. Okay, so how to add the error term in observed variable? Okay, so here you can see in this second row, third button, add unique variable to the existing variable. So this is the button where we can add the error terms in the each variable. Okay, so I'm going to click on this. I'm going to just click on the each and every observed variable where we can easily create an error term. Okay, so error term, it is a disturbance term. This error will be helps to locate what are all the things which was not weighted in the relationship. Okay, that is between the variable. Okay, so next one, we are going to name this error term. Okay, so how can we name this? You just click on the plugins. Okay, click on the plugins and name unobserved variable. Okay. So there are 6 error terms we have added and we have not named it. The Amos will named automatically by just clicking the button. So go to plugins, then click on the name unobserved variable. Okay, have you completed?
Yes, sir. Done.
Okay, thank you. So next one, we want to give some weightage for the model that represents to how the factors will load for each and every construct. Okay, so how to give the weightage is just click on the first button, first arrow mark. Here we want to represent something that will follows the all other variables to create an factor loading value. Okay, so here I'm going to give the regression weightage as 1. Okay, so this is the fundamental thing we have to do to make all other or to find out the all other regression weightage. Okay, so this is the reference value. Okay, just click on the button, arrow button, and go to parameter. Then you give the regression weightage as 1. Okay, so that's all. Now we have completed the confirmative factor analysis model. Next, we want to save it and run it. Here you can see the save button, save the current path diagram. Click on this. You can name something.
Sorry to interrupt you, sir. Could you please explain how would you given the regression weight to that particular item?
Ma'am, you just click on the arrow button. In
Okay, sir.
parameter, you will find regression weightage. Here you just click value 1.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay. Now you can save it. You can name it, name the file. I'm going to name as workshop. I named as an workshop. It was saved. Okay. Only after saving, it is possible to run our model. Okay. If it was not saved, it was not able to run in the Amos graphics. So there is one more thing we're going to add on here to represent what will be the output required for us. For this, you go to view menu, just click on the analysis property. So this is to describe what we required in our output. Okay, after analyzing, what are the analysis to be carried out by the Amos and what result we need. Okay, so this will be done through analysis property, view analysis property. So in that you go to output. Okay, so there you want to go to output, analysis property, go to output. There already minimum history, it was already checked. Then you want to click on this standardized estimate, then squared multiple correlation. Then even you can include the modification index value. Since we have only one latent, we don't want to add on the covariance or correlation of estimate. We need only the estimate value, so we don't want to click on this. So these are all the thing we're going to add in our analysis. Thereby we interpret how this model will work out or not. Okay, have you checked in all the 4?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
So once you check in, now we can run the model. You just see the button here. This is an calculate estimate, and this helps to run our model. Okay, you just click on this calculate estimate. Okay, so here you can find the button called calculate estimate. You just click on this, so then the model will run. Whether anyone has find any error while running the model?
No.
Okay, good. Now you can see in next to toolbar, you will find 2 buttons. Okay, so first button, it will give the model specification as you drawn. Okay, so this is the model specification we drawn. And second button, it will tells you the output for path for the diagram. Okay, so what is the output for the model will be displayed once you click this button. Have you get the similar types of value in your
Yes,
work
sir.
area?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so then you come to the next bottom to the button. You have find unestimated, unstandardized estimate and standardized estimate. You click on the standardized estimate. So this is your real confirmative factor model. Okay, so in arrow mark, each and every value will tells us what is the factor loading for this latent variable enabler. Okay, so A1 statement, it have the weightage of 0.56 on enabler of IT adoption. Okay, similarly you can take, so this value is also called as a correlation coefficient for variable and the factor. Variable is A1 and the factor is enabler. It also shows the variation explained by the variable on that particular factor. Okay, which means 56% of the variance will be explained by A1 for this dependent, that is this latent variable. Okay, so similarly you can find the weightage for each category. This we called as a standardized estimate value. So based on this, we will finalize which are all the variable, that is observed variable, will rightly portray the enablers. Okay. So that is, you can note down the value also. There is in some for having this value. If this value is greater than 0.6, which means that variable really have good variance between the factors. So this value should be greater than 0.6. So while we validating this statement, we can automatically conclude it. We can A1 will not much good fit for this enabler. Okay? Once you find out this, you can all remove this data and use the remaining statement, remaining indicators, which will highly explain the enablers of IT adoption. Okay, so this is the thing you have to add on in your research paper. Okay, so here we have validated. While validating, A1 is not much suit or much fit for the enabler since this value is less than 0.6. So we're going to remove this statement, A1 statement, which will represent the enablers, and we're going to have only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That is remaining 5 for the enablers. Okay, these 5 will highly indicate the highly influenced in indicator for the enablers. Okay, so this is the final conclusion. you can make with this analysis. Okay. Do you have any doubts so far?
No.
Okay. So we also see the what the output is. So this output will be seen here. View text. Okay. You can find the button here. View text. You just click this button. View text. Okay. So this will display the output result. So once you click, you will find the Amos output box. Okay. Output window. So there you can find the different output, like this will be the nodes for model. Okay. So what is the sample moment? What is the number of parameters we have used? What is the degree of freedom? And what is the chi-square? What is the probability value, p-value? So you want to check whether the minimum was achieved or not. Okay. So if it was achieved, then the model what we have drawn is a good model. Okay. We also check with the probability value. It should be less than 0.05. It is it represents the chi-square.
Correct.
Next, you can check what is in the estimate. Okay. You move to the estimate. So in this, we will have a regression weightage. So this regression weightage is the unstandardized regression weightage. Here you can find the p-value. It shows the triple star. So if it is a triple star, which means the value is less than 0.01. Okay, not 0.5. It represents the less than 0.01. Okay. So even this output data will also explained by the software itself. Okay. Once you click on this, it will tells the result. Okay. So this absolute value is less than 0.05. So this will enabler is take the A2 as their indicator. Okay. So this is the one advantage we have in the Amos. Okay. You click on any data, that will tells you what it is. So in second box, you can see the standardized regression weightage. This is the important box which you have to included in the research activity. That is to write the thesis or to write the paper. Okay. So you can also mention, since A2 is not highly influenced by the latent variable enabler, so we can also remove A1. Okay, so that also we can include it in our thesis writing. Okay, so remaining factors which will be added, because all other factors are validated using PFM model. Here you can find the another last table you can see. So SC, SC it is a standard error value, and CR means it is a critical ratio. It will tells you the P value. So in SPSS, you know what is P value. It says the relationship between the variable. So that is the P value. So CR means critical ratio. It tells you the P value. P value we all know. Okay. So significant value. You can take standard error value and CFR value from this table, but you have to include the standardized regression weightage from this table, which is shown in the diagram. Okay, you just check the diagram. So these are all the value, which is this we also call as a factor loading or standardized regression weightage. Okay, we call as a factor loading value or standardized regression weightage.
Sir, I will report factor loading from the standardized perspective. And hello.
Yeah, tell me, ma'am.
Yes, and sir, standard error and the critical ratio, I will report from the unstandardized score.
Yeah, based on the factor loading value that we called as an standardized regression weight. Okay, that tells you that indicator is rightly suited for the that particular latent variable, that is enabler.
Yes, sir. Sir, I just want to confirm one thing. Ki for standardized weight, how I will get the standard error and the critical ratio, since it is not showing in the table of standard regression weight.
Actually, the loading will describe you whether we're going to include it or not. Okay, so standard error and the critical ratio or the some add-on assessment done by the Amos. Okay, we don't want detailed about it. Just based on the p-value, we can confirm there is a good influence between the factors.
Okay, sir.
And you just see here in the output window. So here you can see the p-value. Okay, so p-value will tells you this p-value will give good influence between A2 and the enabler. Okay, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much, sir.
So if we detailedly study about each and every assessment, then it will move to some complication. Always it will create some doubt, and sometimes we miss the important variables. Okay, so that we always conclude with some probability value or p value or with the significant value. We just concluded that model will well suit for us. Okay, any doubt so far?
So sorry to interrupt, but nothing is clear because we are not able to open our software and work on it. Without working, things will not be clarified. There are so
Okay, ma'am, no problem. Since the time is a limit, and we are not able to wait for installing it. Since day is the maximum time we are available to have this workshop, you just follow it. We will send you a recording link to you.
So if you could look into the chat, so many people are asking the code only. If probably the code can be provided, maybe we can
Yeah,
also
code
start
already
working.
I have shown, ma'am. You do go to EXQ. In SPSS Amos, you go to EQX. There you go to click read me. Then you find the license code. Okay, ma'am, have you got it?
No, not yet, because the README file has so much of matter.
Okay, ma'am, just I will copy and paste you in the.
Please, if you could do that, probably we can also start working on it and things will be better.
Okay, yes, ma'am, may install. So
Thank you.
here,
Thank you so much. It worked, sir. Thank you.
okay, ma'am. So here we have done it with some more complication. I will want to give you a simple working to do confirmatory analysis now. So I'm going to open a new window. Okay. Okay. So everything I'm going to do what I have did in the last thing. First thing I'm going to change the size of the paper, and I'm going to apply it. So next I'm going to file. This is the thing I'm going to do same thing in different way. Okay, so initial thing what I have did is similar thing. I change the page size. Next I'm going to extract the data from the SPSS. because I want to teach you an easy way so that you can do within a few minutes. Okay, so now I have feeded the data into the Amos software. So here you can find an draw and latent variable in the drawing area. Okay, so you can click on this button. Okay, you just open a new window and extract the data. You just click on this button. Okay,
Sir, what we are doing now, CFA or SEM?
same CFA.
Okay, same practice. Okay,
Same
done.
way, same thing we are going to do with easiest way.
Okay.
So now you can find the working area. I have changed the size. I have extracted the data. Now here you can find a button in top toolbar, third one. You click on this and you just click one time. You will find a latent construct. Okay, so this is the latent variable. Then you click on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so because why I have clicked 6 times is we will have 6 observed variable. Okay, 6 indicators to represent one latent variable. Okay, so since if you want to draw a circle, draw a triangle, add on the error terms, it will take more time. But just by clicking one button, you can easily find this image quicker.
So can you repeat it again, please?
Yeah. So you just click on this button, sir.
Okay.
And you can draw the circle here. Then place the arrow on the circle with respect to the number of observed variable, that is A1, A2, A3, A4, A5, A6. We want to draw that much number of observed variable. Okay, so I'm going to click 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Okay, sir.
Okay,
Done.
thank you. So next, I want to name the variable. You just click the select option button. Now I'm going to name the variable. I'm going to name it a similar name as enabler. Okay, we will work on this model for the next data. Okay, that is for barrier. Okay, I'm going to name this as an barrier. Okay, since we have two set of variable enablers, barriers. Enablers we already work out. Now we work on the barriers. Next, I'm going to extract the data. So click on the list variable. So you can see there is a more number of eight indicators for the barriers. Okay, so which means we want to add another 2. Okay, so just click on this latent button. Click on this button to add 2 more. Okay, totally we want 8 observed variables, because you can see in the data set we will have B1, B2, B3, B4, B5, B6, B7 and B8. Okay, totally 8 indicators that will represent the barriers. Okay, so now I am going to move this each and every observed variable into the square box. Second one is here, third, fourth, one. If you want to add the any observed variable, you just click on this button and and click inside this circle, it automatically adds. Can anyone say how to name the error term? Please, anyone can say how can we name the error term?
Go to plugin,
Yeah, go to plugin.
name unobserved variables.
Good, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you so much. Go to plugin and name unobserved variable. Here you can see we will not give the weightage for this arrow. Automatically the regression weightage will be assumed. Similarly for error term. Okay. So this is the easiest method to carry out the confirmative factor analysis. First, I work out to know the linkage between the variables. So I have worked out each and every variable, but it is not necessary to do it in the real time.
Sir, how we have selected these unobserved variables automatically? I have put it manually. I have take it from the list and then I keep in the squares.
I also did the same thing, sir.
Okay.
I only named the error term.
Okay, because my another screen, my works sheet was open, so I did not see.
No problem, sir. No problem.
It's okay. Thank you.
Actually, the hands-on training in physical mode is very good to learn the Amos.
Correct.
But this is the first time we have conducted. We tried through online.
Yeah, it's okay, sir. It is also effective.
Yeah.
Sorry, sir. Once again, I am disturbing you. So the code is put and the things were okay there. Now, how to start the software? Where should I look for the start button?
Go to search button. Then you click the Amos graphics. Type Amos graphics.
Okay.
Sorry, ma'am. Really, you are not in position to follow or help you out.
No, that's okay. It is more on learning on doing ourselves.
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
But we have to be in tune with what you are saying. I was
Yes.
lagging behind. Once it is lagged, so it will run in the same mode. Now I have been able to open it. Probably jo aap instructions, whichever
You
instructions.
do it, ma'am. Path analysis, you will do what I am saying. You can follow it.
Yeah.
Later on, you can take the record video, so you can easily find out how to work out the confirmative.
Surely, sir. I'll do it. Now at least I'm able to open it. So
Yeah.
probably the next part I'll be able to do it along with you.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
So now you can do all the things which we have already did. Okay. First thing we want to make some feeding into the input data. So go to the analysis property. There you click on the standardized estimate, squared multiple correlation, and modification index. You check in all the 4. Then, as I said, if we want to run the model, it is to be saved. So save it. I'm going to name it as workshop 1. You can save it. After save it, you just click on the run button that we called as an calculate estimate. Once you click on this, then the complete model will create, or a complete analysis will be carried out. Next, you move on to the button to describe what the path diagram with the output value. So once you click on, you will find the factor loading value and the R square value. 0.16 is a squared value, and this is the 0.4 is the factor loading value. When you square it, you will get this value. It is similar like what we have explained in the previous model. So what is the threshold limit for the factor loading? Can anyone say?
Is it 0.6?
Yeah, right. Good. So as I said, this weightage shows the variation explained by the variable on that particular factor. So here you can take this B4. It explains around 71% shows the variation explained by the variable on the barriers. Okay.
So here also the first and second factor can be avoided because not meeting the threshold level.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. That's what we have find out from the validity. While we
Yes.
validating the indicators or this construct, among the 8 construct, and these B4, B5, B6, B7 will comes under our threshold limit.
Correct.
Sometime if it is not possible to remove more number of construct, we can also have this B3 because it is near to 0.6, and also we can have 0.57, B8 also.
Okay.
But when we take B1 and B2, it is completely away from our limits. So we can remove these two construct or two indicators.
Correct.
So this will tell you all other factors have good validity. So that's what we call this confirmatory factor as an construct validity model. Okay, do you find any difficulties?
No, sir.
Okay, as usual, go for the view button, where you can find all the things. We will have estimate. So first barrier you can see it is not, even though it is less than 0.05, not less than 0.001. Okay, 1%, it will not meet the 1% significance level. So it is mentioning as an value. All other thing, it is an in the star value, which means it meets the 1% significance level. That is 0.001. So this estimate value tells you the unstandardized regression value. So we don't going to take this. So we're going to take this standardized regression weightage for our thesis writing or paper writing.
So which all tables are needed to be represented in the research paper if we prepare one?
And we want to represent this thing, that is probability, that is first one, node for model. We have to mention this minimum was achieved, then chi-square value,
okay,
and probability. Next thing, you can move on to the estimate. There you can draw in these types of table. Okay, these types of table.
Okay.
But you don't. You can just click on this and copy it. You can paste in Word document. And paste here, ma'am. But as I said, you want to remove this. Okay, you don't want to remove this because this value is an unstandardized weight value. Okay, so remove this and you can take this value.
Okay.
This value. You can copy this.
Okay.
Excuse me, sir.
That will mean.
I have a doubt. Sir, what is the degree of freedom? So 36 minus 16. What is the representant 20? Model.
Which one, ma'am?
Yes, sir. 36 minus 16.
So total number of this you can see here. So the number of relationship
Hello.
Now here you can see the number of distinct parameters is 16. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. Here also error term also we're going to add as an error variable. So 16. So total number of sample mounts is between the variable. Okay, so you can take the relationship created between, that is B1 with barriers and B2 with barriers, B3 with barriers. Similarly, you can find there are around 36 sample moment created while making the analysis. So when we subtract the 36 with 16, you can find the 20. Okay, so normally you can take in the statistics. We will have like n minus 1 is the thing we can use in the analysis. But here we want to take some variables which have covariance with the other variables. So that thing tell you while assessing the path analysis. Okay, so how to identify the degree of freedom.
Okay, sir. What is the probability of level, sir? Here is 0.000. It is.
Ma'am, it means it is less than 0.001, 1%.
Mhm. It's a good model, sir.
Less than 0.05. Same significant level.
Okay. Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
So I want to explain one more thing in the model fit. So you just click on the model fit, which we have to include it while creating our models. Okay. So there are some important model fit you can include it in your thesis writing. One is this value. Okay, so this value we call it as an CMIN/DF. It is a chi-square value. Okay, you can note down this CMIM. This value you have to include it in the thesis writing. Then next one is an GFI value. So RMR value. Okay, so really what the RMR value means, it is an root mean square residual. Okay, so it is all called as an error term. If it is an error term, always it should be lesser one. So in chi-square value, you can suit with respect to the p value, significant value. If it is significantly well, then the chi-square value is given good model fit. Okay. So second one, RMA, it is a root mean square residual value. So this value should always lesser than 0.08. So always this RMR value, since it is an error value, to be lesser. So as many study or evidence has proven that value for good model fit to be less than 0.08. So next thing, GFI. GFI is the goodness of fit. So as many evidence will tells, this value should be greater than 0.9. And next one is an AGF. It is also another parameter which tells you how the model is fit. So this value will also greater than 0.8. That is 80% they want to have an adjacent goodness of fit. So next important factor.
Can you pardon this AGFI value?
AGF, ma'am, this is the adjacent goodness of fit. AGFI.
Okay, sir. What it means, sir?
So it will tells you the similar thing, whether the model is fit or not. These are all the some parameters which helps to tells the model is fit or not. So next important parameter is NFI. Okay, this is the normed fit index. So these are the index which was created by many researchers by making some analysis. So if we want to prove our model is good fit, we're going to follow their parameters and say that our model is fit. Okay, it is similar like what we did in the literature review. This was the evidence created by many researchers by calculating the squared error, calculating the t value. Then we also included the factor value. By adding this, we can they have calculated this NFI value. Not only NFI value, all the parameter value. So next one, CFI. It is an comparative fit index. So it also some revised form of NFI. This value should be also greater than 0.9. So next important factor is RMSEA. Okay, that is root mean square error of approximation. So this is also an error residual value. Similar like RMR, this value should less than 0.08 RMSEA value.
Sir,
Yeah, tell me, ma'am.
but here 0.189, sir.
Yeah, which means the model is not, it is moderately fit to our latent variable. Not good fit for the for the latent variable, latent term.
Okay, okay, sir. Okay.
If the model is really good fit, means it should meet all the threshold value. Okay, so these are all the important factors. Okay, GFI, then chi-square, that is CMIN slash degree of freedom. Next AGF, next NFI, then CFI, then error term RMSEA, RMR. Okay, so these are all the some important parameters which we can also included in our confirmative factor analysis to prove how the model is. Because we proved the validity with this model. Okay, so this model to be fit to prove it. Okay, so these are the some important parameter which helps to prove it. Okay, so next, so in morning you have asked how to calculate the composite reliability and how to calculate the average variance extracted. So you just, I have given some example here. You can see here. So these 5 are the factors, indicators, which will represent the enablers of IT adoption. Okay. So there is no need of having this. You can remove it. You don't want this. So then you check out the factor loading value. This I have taken from the previous model. So I have taken this value, okay, factor loading value. So you know how to calculate the Cronbach alpha?
Sir, we know from SPSS, but
Yeah,
can
Yes.
we
same. That only we want to take it.
Yes, through SPSS, I know how to work on Cronbach alpha.
Okay, okay, good. Even morning also Carthians are work out some data to calculate the Cronbach alpha. That also helps to know the reliability of the data collected. You just feed the, you open the SPSS and you can feed this 6 indicator and calculate the reliability value so that you can find this value, that is 0.815. Okay, so here you can see the SPSS is open. So go to analysis. So in that you click on the scale, then you click on the reliability analysis. Here I'm going to take this first 6 factor, which represents the enablers of IT adoption. I have moved this and click just OK. Okay, so here you can find out the Cronbach alpha value 0.815.
Good enough.
Sir,
Yeah, yes.
this what we call, it's a composite reliability or just a reliability?
Just in reliability.
Reliability. Okay.
Yeah.
Prakash sir,
Yeah, sir.
we will go for lunch break, right?
Yeah. In another 2 minutes we can go, sir.
Okay, okay. You can close the session so that we can join it at maybe 1:45 or 1:50.
Okay, okay, sir. Okay.
For CR, we need to go to
For CR,
Amos.
I have sent you a document called SimStat. Excel sheet.
Has this been sent, sir?
Yeah, I have sent SimStats in Drive. You can open it. You can click the drive and open the material. There you find the
It was
file
shared in
name,
WhatsApp.
What
named
is the
as
file?
stats.
It was shared in WhatsApp, sir.
No, ma'am. I shared through Google Drive.
What is the name of the file, sir?
Sim_stat.
Okay, it's an Excel file.
Yeah, Excel file, right, sir?
Okay.
Please check out whether I have sent it or not. In Drive, I have posted.
Okay, this is for
Yeah,
composite
available.
reliability.
It is there.
Yeah, that is for both composite reliability and
Okay, we need to paste the
average
data
variance
there.
extraction.
Mhm. One more question, sir. Since we are doing the analysis, I have one query. While running the model, okay, we also have some modification indices. So at that moment of analysis, can we modify our model or should we wait to the last?
So since this data we have collected here, we do only validity work.
Okay.
Once it was validated,
Mhm.
that's what we call this as a measurement model.
Okay.
Whether all the indicator meet our requirement or not.
No. Okay.
Once we find out this, then only we want to go for the next analysis, path analysis or SIM analysis.
Okay, sir.
There we can make the changes. We can remove the relationship, or we add the relationship between the variable. There we can do anything according to our requirement.
Correct, sir.
Okay.
Done.
So now you can open this Excel
Yes.
file. Just feed the factor loading value inside this Excel file. Okay. That is, you can feed this value, factor loading value, which we have taken from the Amos. Okay.
Sir, excuse me, I didn't get any Excel file to my mail ID, sir.
I'm not sent to the mail ID, ma'am. I have shared the drive in
Okay. Okay, sir, understood.
Google Meet.
Okay, sir.
We need to write the factor loading by hand for every relationship, right, sir? We cannot copy and paste from the results.
Yeah, we can copy and paste, sir. No problem.
Okay, so how to get it, sir? I could not find it. Where?
So that's what I have already shown you. You go to the result table.
Yes.
So from this, you can, in the estimate, you can right click this.
Okay. Uh-huh.
You can click copy and you can paste in the word where you required.
Okay. Got it, sir. Got it. I'm on the second one. Okay.
But these types of format, that is, you want to explain more thing in a single table, you have to edit it.
Oh, okay, sir.
Because here we have included this value from the Amos and this value from the SPSS. Then after feeding the factor loading, we extract these two value from the SPSS, sorry, Excel. So here, once you feed the data for 6 variable, you can find what will be the AVE value, that is 0.433, and also you can have the 0.820, that is an composite reliability.
This has been calculated through Excel.
Yeah, it automatically calculated. You just open the Excel, you just feed the factor loading value, then it automatically calculated.
Okay, okay, sir.
We have some formula which already they have structured and have it as a model. We just feeding the factors value. Similarly, you can create these types of table also. So like indices is enabler, and you can add the values what you have taken from the output of your model. Okay, you just complete this. We will wind up the session now for lunch. We will meet you at 1:50. Okay.
Okay, sir.
In afternoon, we will see about what is path analysis and how to convert the construction framework into a real model.
All right, sir. Can we join again from the same link?
Yeah, same link, ma'am.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Prakash sir. Dear participants, we will assemble at maybe 2 o'clock. Okay, thank you. Please stay in the same line.
So good afternoon to all.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, sir.
Prakash sir, we will wait maybe 3 or 4 minutes because let others will also join.
Okay, sir.
We will
Okay.
wait 2 to 3 minutes.
Okay. Okay.
Prakash sir. Prakash sir. Sir, you can start. You can start. I think I have already sent the message in the group. I don't know whether they will join
Okay.
it. Yet.
Okay, sir. Okay. No
We will
problem. We
start
can
now.
start the session.
We can start, sir.
Yes. Yes. Okay. So good afternoon. We'll see the next part of the next analysis in the Amos. In morning, we have discussed about the confirmatory factor analysis. So the main objective of the confirmatory factor analysis is to know whether the indicators which we have collected will suit the variable or not. Okay, so that is the thing we have discussed in the morning session. So once this confirmatory factor analysis will be completed, then only we can move on to the next category, that is an path analysis. Okay. So before we going into the path analysis, I want to discuss about a variable called composite variable. Okay. So you can note down it. So in morning, we have discussed about composite variable. So composite variable means a variable that is made by an combining multiple variable in a study. These variables are created when you analyze the data, not when you measure the data. Okay, so you have collected some data, and you want to make that multiple variable into a single variable that we called as a composite variable. Okay. So I will just work out this in the SPSS. You can also follow it. You can go to here. You can see in morning we have seen the two important factors which determines the impact of IT on organizational effectiveness. One is enabler of IT adoption, and another one variable is in barriers for IT adoption. Okay. So
Right.
from confirmatory factor analysis, we have validated the what are all the indicator which we going to included in our study. Okay. So similarly, you can also follow it for your model also. Here you can see there are 6 indicators. I am going to include all these 6 indicators in the in my study. Okay. So now what I am going to make is I am making all these 6 indicator into a one variable called enabler. Okay, so this we call it as an composite variable. Okay, that is all these six indicator will represented as an enabler, okay, as a single variable that we call it as an composite variable. Okay, so how to make this 6 variable into a single variable is I'm going to create a new composite variable named as an enabler, and I'm going to find the mean value of this 6 indicator. Okay, so that way we can find out the values or datas for the new composite variable. Okay, so any doubt in this?
No.
No, sir.
How we going to have one variable called composite variable. So composite variable will be assessed based on the indicator. So here we have 6 variable which we have not able to indicate all the indicators in our Amos. Okay, so for that we want some representation. So I am going to make this 6 indicator as a single enabler. Okay, single variable called as an enabler, that is a composite variable. Okay, so you go to Amos, there you can go to transform. Okay, sorry, not you go to SPSS, in that you go to transform. Click on the transform. Then you click on compute variable. Here I'm going to give the name of the composite variable that we call it as an target variable. Okay, so here I am going to name it as an enablers.
Enabler.
Good. Enablers. How are we going to assess this enabler value? Mean value of the 6 indicator. Okay, mean value of this 6 construct. So for this, you go to function group all. So below this function group, you can find all the arithmetic things. Okay, so here you can select the mean value m. Mean. Okay, you double click this, it will give the notation for calculating the mean. Okay, so or else you just simply type mean, open bracket. Okay, then you click a1 comma a2 comma a3 comma a4 comma a5 comma a6. Okay, so I'm going to assess the mean value of this 6 indicator, and I'm going to name it as a single variable called enabler. Okay, and now you click OK. So the output file tells it is executed, and when you see in the data file, at last you can find out the new composite variable name created as an enablers. Okay.
Okay.
So this is the way you have to follow to find the mean value, or this is the way we can decrease our factors by finding the mean value of some group of indicators. Okay. Here we are simplifying this big data into a smaller one, and this enabler will represents all the 6 indicator. Okay. Similarly, you can work out for the barriers also. So go to transform, compute variable.
Barrier is the name.
Barriers. And here in mean, you can add on B1,
comma
B2, comma B3.
comma
You can change order, not a problem.
B5, B6,
B5, comma B6, comma
B7,
B8. Okay, and you click OK.
click OK.
Now you can identify the composite variable that represents the 8 indicator of the barriers of IT adoption. Okay. Here you can find the value here. Okay. So this is the way you can use for your model. Okay. You have n number of independent variable, you have some mediating variable, and you also have some dependent variable. Okay. So for all the observed variable, you have to find the composite variable. Then only it is possible to carry out the path analysis. Okay. So basic thing is you want to simplify the data by assessing the composite variable. Okay, any doubts so far?
Sir, in
No, sir.
factor analysis also we reduce the number of factors. How
No,
is it?
ma'am. Factor analysis, what happens is we have n number of factors. We don't know which indicator will suit for which types of group. Okay. So by doing factor analysis, automatically the some statement will be add on to some group. Based on the data indicator, we name it. Okay. So that is happens in the factor analysis. But
Right.
here we are doing purposefully.
Okay.
We already identify the indicator, maybe using factor analysis, or maybe using some reliability test like this, or expert opinion, or from the old study like literature review. That
Yes.
we have identified some factors. We make a questionnaire, then we collected the data. Okay. So then after that, we will started to use the Amos for validating the data by confirmatory factor analysis. After it was okay, it is good, then we will working on the path analysis. Okay.
Right, sir.
Any doubts so far?
Sir, one query. Was checking, unobserved and observed variable, we find some low standardized regression weight. So at that moment of items, should we delete that item and then compute here in SPSS, or should
Yes,
we
yes,
include
sir.
that one?
Yes, sir. Actually, we have not done now, but actually you have to do it. You want to remove that variable, and
Yes.
you have to compute the average variable. Okay.
Okay.
For
Yes, sir.
example, in our
Now,
analysis also, we have find that A1 is having less influence for the enablers. Okay. If that is happens, hello, Mageswaran sir. So if that is happened, you want to remove the data and then you have to find out the composite variable.
Okay, sir. Now clear. Thank you.
Okay, good. Yogita ma'am, are you clear ma'am?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So this is the way we have to find out the average variable for any types of variables. Okay. So in morning also the Karthikeyan sir discussed about how to construct a model. There will be some independent variable, and then if there are some model, they will have a mediating variable, and later on that is the outcome we call it as a dependent variable. Okay. So this is the common cases in any types of model. Okay. So each and every variables, we will have an n number of indicator or n statement. Okay. Like we take enablers, we have 6 indicators. Okay. Similarly, for any types of variable, we will have some statements. Okay. So this statement to be simplified by converting into a composite variable. Okay. So this thing to be done earlier, that is before we go into the path analysis. Okay. So now we can going to work out the path analysis. Now I am not going to use this data. Okay. Now you can open the data which I have sent to you. That is SIM model. There is another data I have sent for you. SIM model. So this is the model we going to work out. Okay. So here they have this study is all about they want to assess the loyalty of the customer with respect to how they are satisfied with the product
Loyalty of the
loyalty.
Yes, yes.
Okay. For that, they have some factors which is determined, that they have grouped according to their study. They have grouped some 2 independent variable for the study, followed by some mediating variable, and followed by the dependent variable. Okay. So this is a simple model. Okay. So now we can see how we going to work out this model. You just open the Amos software. So here, as usual, we're going to do, first we want to change the page size. There is no compulsory to change the page size. Okay. Even you can have the same page and you can work out. So I want some broader page. So I have used A4 landscape so that we can easily visualize the input variables. So what is the next step after we change the page size?
So first of all, how have you changed it? It is view, under view, which part?
Interface property.
Okay.
Then in paper size, I have taken as a landscape A4 size paper.
All right. Great.
And apply.
Fine.
So next one, I want to tell you, I have inputted already, I have converted the input data, and I am having the composite data with me. Okay. So this is the model. So for each model, there is each variable, I have a composite value. Okay. So average value for each variable. Okay. So here you can open the data set of sim model. You can easily know what it is. You can open the SPSS sim model or SPSS sheet. So here there are some data which is feeded. Okay. So this is the composite value of data. Okay. So now I want to extract the data from the SPSS. Okay. So how I can extract the data which is available in SPSS is, which we have already did in the morning session. Go to file, then click on the data file. Go to file, click on the data file, then file name. You just locate where that sim model file available and open. And click OK. Okay. So this is the simple thing which we have already did in the morning. We have extracted the data set from SPSS for using it in the Amos. Okay.
Sir, could you show us the path once again? Which file are we should we look for?
Same model, ma'am.
SEM model. This is in the PDF form, right?
No, ma'am. It is in SPSS format, .sav file.
Okay. So for that, I need to open SPSS first.
Yes. No. There is no need of opening the SPSS. You directly
Okay.
load it or extract it the file.
So it is asking me, how do you want to open this file?
Ma'am,
Up.
you just go to data file, ma'am.
Yeah, I am clicking
Then click
that.
file name.
Yeah.
Go to the location where it is.
Okay.
Once you click it, it automatically shows the file which you have downloaded. And whether you have downloaded or not.
The entire thing, I have taken it in a folder.
Yeah, you can open the folder. It will source the data. Source the file name.
Which file name once again, sir?
Sem-data.
That's been converted now. It's been converted into PDF now.
No, ma'am. PDF file is different. PDF file is this one. I have shown you, no. This is the PDF file.
Actually, it is .sav file, ma'am.
Yeah, but when I open that, it asks me some software. Where should it open? It is asking me. And among the existing one, I do not have any software which can open it easily. So it's been converted now. It's fine, sir. I'll do it later on probably. You can continue with. I'll look into it and then later on I'll do it.
That's fine.
Okay. So now you can extract the data file SPSS-data and click OK. Now we have fed the file into the Amos graphics. And now I will tell you how can we perform the path analysis. Okay. So path analysis is one of the important analysis we can carry out to assess our model. Okay. We have theoretically created our model. So that model we going to assess it. Okay. So here the assessment will be happens with respect to, that is between the variables, that is between independent variable and dependent variable, or even between the independent variable, that is covariance or correlation. Okay, so that will also happens in the path diagram. Okay, so here we're going to create some pictorial representation of the structural model which we have developed it as an conceptual model. So I will just work out how we are going to perform this. You just see this model. Okay. So these two are the independent variable and all other three are the dependent variable or mediating variable. Okay. So here I'm going to use this. So here I have only the composite values, not the each and every indicator. Okay. So I'm having only 5 variables. Okay. So purchase is an independent variable. Okay. So I just move this purchase into the working area. Okay. So automatically you can see, you can get the data in a square form. Okay. If we get the data in the square form, which means it will describe it is an observed variable. Okay. So similarly, I'm going to move this perception into the working area. Okay. So these two are the independent variable. Then I want to move this expectation between these two, and satisfaction followed by the expectation, and loyalty following the satisfaction. Okay. So once you did it, you can even resize the boxes required. Okay. So here you can see this is the button. You can change the shape of the object. Okay. Below the copy, that is duplication we have did in the last session. below this, you
Yes.
can see change the shape of the object. Okay, so this will be used to, once you click on this, and you can change the shape of the whatever shape you can change, or you can also repeat the same thing what we have did in the morning. Okay, you can we can also work on that also. Okay, we just create one box. Okay, we can duplicate it by clicking this.
Right.
Okay, this thing also we can do. Then you have to feed the data. Okay, you can take the data, move the variable name inside the each and every box. Okay, this also you can do. Okay, so anything up to you, how you going to present it. Okay, so that will mean more. So next one, I'm going to connect between the variable. Okay, so I'm going to click on the single headed arrow to connect the independent variable with the moderating
Mediating.
variable.
Yeah.
Okay, you can also check this diagram. There is also a connection between this and the satisfaction. I have connected this. Then there is a connection between these two and connection
Right.
between these two. Okay. It is similar like what the model is showing. Okay. This is the concept model you have created. Just we going to analyze this model is the using Amos. Okay. You have this magic stick, touch up your variable, you just click on it, it will be in right order. Any doubts so far?
No, not at all, sir. Just one thing, sir. If by chance, by mistake, some of the variable has been taken by us as an independent one, but it doesn't turn out to be independent, will it lead to this some wrong effect on it?
Yes, ma'am. That is the thing we are assessing in the same model.
Okay.
Actually, the right thing to be chosen while you making the conceptual framework.
Right.
If you frame it, that is to be the your real specified model for your complete thesis or for the complete project. Even if there is any deviation happens, you have to represent that as your suggestion or interpretation.
Okay.
Okay.
So if I take any variable at a wrong position, then I will have to mention it in the last while suggesting it.
Yes,
Is
yes.
it
In interpretation, you have to mention.
okay?
Example, purchase intention will not impact more on customer expectation. If this is the result created in our Amos, then automatically you can remove this link and give the suggestion.
That
There is no,
these two.
the link is not suit between
Fine.
these two variable.
Fine, fine.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. So next what we have to do is, just please listen. This is the most important thing. The independent variable should have an covariance between the variable. Okay. So which means we have to draw this two-side arrow between the independent variable. Okay.
Okay.
Please note down this also, because many one confuse this. We want to draw covariance between the only independent variable.
Okay.
Example, you don't want to, you don't do this. I just give the sample. Example, I felt expectation also an independent variable. Okay, which means I want to again link between, sorry. Link between these two. is a link here. So it's not accepting. You want to do this covariance value if the expectation is also one independent variable. Okay.
Fine.
We will going to work on the same model, so there is no confusion. So next important thing you have to remember is here we want to add the error terms. Okay, so similarly error terms to be added only to the dependent and mediating variable, not to the independent variable. This is also you have to note down it.
Okay.
So that means you have here you can see the error term button. You have to add it only for the mediating and
dependent
variable. Because most of the persons who already learned the Amos will not able to bring the right value for the model. The reason is the linkage between the variable is most important.
Fine.
So next we can name the error value. For that, go to plugins, name unobserved variable. Okay. So for any doubt.
So what is the purpose of taking these error values?
So that's what I have mentioned you in the morning. So this is the residual term.
Yeah.
So there is a linkage for expectation, and each linkage will have some weightage. There are some additional loading which is not able to mention by purchase intention and perception will be loaded on error value.
Okay. That is why it is called unobserved one.
Yeah, unobserved one.
Fine.
Okay, so far any doubt?
No, sir.
Others? So next, as usual, we have to save it before running the model. You just click on the save button. I'm going to name as an sim model 1. Okay, because once you saved only, then we can run the program, so run the model, or else it is not possible to run it. Next, click on the run button that we called as an calculate estimate. You click on this, then the model is created with weightage. Okay. Next, you check on this is the input path. This is the thing we have drawn, and next one is next one you can click on. Sorry, before that we have not mentioned what the output to be created. Okay, so go to the view. Click on the analysis property. So please note down this also. In confirmative factor analysis, we have added this 4. Okay, so this is the normal. Okay, so here I'm going to also add on the covariance estimate. So covariance is an unstandardized estimate. Correlation is a standardized estimate for the correlation. You can also add these two, which is to be included in the output.
One is covariance. Which one is the other, sir?
Correlation of estimate.
Okay.
What about indirect effects, sir?
Sir, that is the advanced model. Okay. It take more time to teach. We want to identify the each and every data. Then we link with all the variables, and we have to identify whether any indirect effect created by some other variables. Okay.
Yes.
So that we going to see in the next upcoming advanced model.
Okay.
Maybe in next workshop we can see.
Maybe, sir.
Okay. Whether you have understand this is the thing we can add it on the output. Okay. Now you can run it. Okay. So in previously I have not input the what thing to be added in the output. So it will not create a value. So now you can see. Okay. So you can create a value. Okay, so all have getting the similar types of value.
Yes,
I'm
sir.
just running this. Okay.
Okay, run, sir.
I got same value, sir.
Okay, good. It means you are going in the right way.
Okay, now this is what. Yes, okay, sir. Same.
Okay, good, sir. So next we can just check the result. Okay. So result will be shown in the view text button. Okay, you click on the view text button. There you can find the result for our model. So morning, someone asked how to calculate the degree of freedom. It is little complicated. We'll share you the evidence file in your group so that you can calculate the degree of freedom. But with respect to Amos, it automatically calculated because for each and everything we have the formula to calculate. So I will share this in your group. So next we want to see the minimum was achieved, yes, and the chi-square value is this, and the probability value is 0.065. Okay. So next we move on to the estimate. So can anyone say what do you have understanding from this table? Okay. So morning we said this is the table where we can interpret the model with respect to p-value. Okay, but here you can see other than purchase intention, that is purchase intention linked with satisfaction. Okay, all other thing. Okay, so purchase intention influence more on expectation, customer perception influence more on expectation with respect to p-value. Similarly, customer perception will influence more on customer satisfaction, expectation influence more on all the other thing influence more on the other factor. Okay, but you can see here purchase intention with respect to satisfaction. Okay, that is this purchase intention with respect to satisfaction, this link. Okay, that is direct influence of purchase intention is not much on the satisfaction. Okay, so that is maybe purchase intention may influence the expectation may influence the satisfaction, not directly the purchase intention may influence the satisfaction. This was the result the model have created.
But then in actual, sir, these two are very well related, no? Somebody is satisfied with whatever has been bought.
Ma'am, that is right, ma'am. That is not a problem. Here we take some data,
Okay.
we feed it some data, not a collected data.
Hmm.
For that analysis, there is some deviation here.
Got that. It is only for the purpose of showing it.
Yes,
It
yes.
is
This
not
is
the
only
real.
assumption
Fine.
for your workshop.
All right.
If this happens, you have to remove the link between the two. That's all.
Right.
Okay.
Sir, which means it's not significant.
Right,
Yes.
right. Purchase intention not directly influence on satisfaction. That is the thing we have assessed.
Okay.
So remaining thing you all know. These are all the, even you can see the factor loading value, that is regression value, only 0.5, that is only 5% of the variance will be explained by the purchase intention or satisfaction. Okay, so this will also directly tells us that have no much influence on the satisfaction of the satisfaction factor.
Correct.
Covariance, yeah, purchase and perception have good correlation. So all other things squared value. Okay, good. So next we move on to the modification indices. Here it will not show any result. You can leave it. Then you go for the model fit. Okay. So model fit, as I have mentioned you in morning, there are some fit which is essential, like CMI. This is a coefficient value. The p value is 0.065. Then GFI value, RMR value, it should be less than 0.05. But here you can see the value is around 22%. Okay, so it is higher, which means more number of variables was not included, which will be loaded in the error term. But GFI good, GFI also good, NFI it also good. Next one we take RMSEA value. Okay, so this also to be less than 0.08, but relatively higher. Okay, so these are all the parameter you can include it in your model. So once you have created this model, you can copy this model. Okay, so just to copy this, go to edit. In that you click copy. Okay, so you can paste it in the any Word document.
Okay.
See, you can paste it here. So now this model has described purchase intention is not directly influencing the satisfaction. Okay, so what I am going to do is that is what morning Karthi sir said. So first one, what you did is a conceptual model. Now we're going to re-specify the model according to the assessment. Okay. Sound. Mageshwaran sir, I think there is some sound creating there. Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, so now what I am going to do is I am going to move to the input path. Okay, then there is some sayings in our assessment analysis, that is there is no purchase intention direct relation to the satisfaction. Okay, I am going to remove this link. So go to click this erase object, and I am going to click this arrow. Okay, I have deleted this linkage. Okay, so you have created some conceptual model, but it was proven there is no much influence between the two factor. So from that I have removed the link between the data, between the variables. Okay, now what you have to do, I'm going to run it. Okay, there will be some data changes happens. Now I can see what is happened here. Okay, so there will be some changes in the factor loading, that is weightage value. Since we have removed one linkage between the two, now you just check on the output model. Model indices. Even though we have removed again, RMR value is again is higher. So if it is in the threshold limit, it means we have a good model fit, or it will tells you and you have only a moderate fit. Okay. Okay. Any doubts so far?
No, sir.
So next you have to copy this. Control C, copy this, and you can also include it in your study. This is an space. First one, what we have seen is the model which we have created. So later on, what we identify, we have make some changes in the model, and we have created an re-specified model for our report. Okay, so this is the, you can name it any. So first one is in proposed model. It's an proposed model. Okay. And we named as a proposed hypothesis model also. Okay.
Sir, kindly tell us once again how to copy the Amos figure from Amos interface
You
to
go to
Word file.
edit, or just you click Control C. That's all. That is same procedure for all the software. Control C, and you paste there. This is a re-specified model.
So,
Tell me.
so we have to show the both models, sir, in our thesis.
Yes, it should be shown, ma'am.
Okay.
Because in concept development or framework development, you have created a model after studying, after getting opinion from expert, after validating, analyzing, and then reliability, normality. By doing all the things, you are finalizing the model.
Okay. So
Then
we have.
you give you have used this data in Amos for finding relationship between the variable. Thereby you find some linkage is not highly influencing.
Okay, we have to show this. This
Yes,
link is
right.
not influenced
Both things
in
you
the
have to
satisfaction.
show, ma'am.
Okay, sir. Okay.
So result also you should show for both the model.
Okay.
What is the
Because before
proposed
we
model? What the result is, and what is an re-specified model, and what the result is.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
So prior to the any analysis, we have to frame an hypothesis. Okay, so I will give you a small idea about framing an hypothesis for the model. Okay, do you have any idea of it, or can I give some idea?
Better you should show us, sir. We will
Okay.
learn more.
Okay, so actually this is my thesis. Okay, so I just interrupt what it is. Okay, what the model is. Here I have find out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so here this is the study of retail service quality and it impacts on customer loyalty in apparel retail store in Tamil Nadu. Okay, so this is my topic. Here I have identified many variables like 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 variables. So in that I have find out this personal appearance, store convenient, reliability, personal interaction, problem solving, store policies, value added service, discount promotion. Okay, so these are all the independent variable. And I have added 3 moderating variable: store image, perceived value, customer satisfaction. And finally, I have make a loyalty as a single dependent variable. So even though I have make it as a single, I have classified into two loyalty, attitudinal and the behavior. Okay. So this is the simple model I have created. So for that, how I this is also I will analyze through Amos. So here you can see how the hypothesis was created. So here you can see, first I have created the hypothesis for independent variable with the dependent variable. Okay, that is whether the physical appearance directly influence the attitudinal loyalty, or the store convenient directly influence the attitudinal loyalty. Similarly, I have created an hypothesis between independent variable and the dependent variable. Okay, so later on I also created an hypothesis between independent variable and the moderating variable. Okay, that is whether the physical appearance directly influence the store image or not. Store convenient directly influence the store image or not. Okay, so 8 additional hypotheses will be created for each mediating variable. Okay, because physical appearance has directly influenced the store image is one hypothesis. So similarly, I have created for all the variables. Okay. Later on, I also created whether the store image have direct influence on the attitudinal loyalty and the store image directly influence the behavioral loyalty. Okay. So these things to be included in the hypothesis, because once the hypothesis was created, if the linkage was removed by the researcher, then it will be proven some variables as not directly influenced on the other variable. Okay. Example for this, how we have to create is purchase intention as directly influence on customer expectation. Okay, then perception directly influenced on expectation. Okay, then perception influenced on satisfaction, purchase intention influenced on satisfaction, then expectation influenced on directly influenced on satisfaction, satisfaction directly influenced on loyalty. So this is the way we have to create hypothesis. So from the model, we find out there is no influence between the purchase intention and satisfaction. So we going to accept the null hypothesis, and we want to say purchase intention is not directly influenced by the satisfaction. Okay. Have you understand this?
But sir, this model is for unobserved variable, right?
No, sir. All are observed variable.
Because the circle, I'm confused with it.
No. This is the circle I make for the model.
Okay.
But here you can see it.
Okay, this is you prepare, not from the software, right?
Yeah, this is that round I have prepared.
Okay.
That is
This
just
will be
to
a
show the
theoretical
model.
thing. Okay.
So this is the way we can create. So here also I have shown you the model of minds. You can see here, I said, no, you want to draw an covariance between the independent variable. Here you can see here, physical appearance, store convenience, reliability, personal interaction, problem solving, store policies. These are all independent variable. We have to covariance between the variable. Okay, so then only we can see each and every variable have a correlation or not.
Sir, do we have to see the covariance between the mediate variable as well, or no?
No.
Not required.
Actually, the mediating variable is one type of dependent variable for the independent variable.
Exactly. Yes. Okay.
Because there is some factor, the loyalty may not influence directly by store appearance. but through directly by the physical appearance, but through store image it may influence. So that is the way this mediating variable will also treated as an dependent variable for the independent variable. So after I have developed this model, here you can see this is the re-specified model for my study. Okay, so here you can see physical appearance, it will be linked with the store image, perceived value, customer satisfaction. It also linked with the dependent variable, attitudinal loyalty and behavior loyalty. So here you can see there are some linkage was deleted to improvise our model. Okay, so physical appearance influenced on attitudinal loyalty, physical appearance influenced on behavioral loyalty, physical appearance influenced on customer satisfaction. Okay, so remaining connection, that is physical appearance towards store image, will also declined, okay, which has not direct impact. Similarly, physical appearance on perceived value, this also we have excluded. So this is the way you have to create your model. Any doubt? Similarly, for mediating variable and independent variable, you have to add the error terms. So please, any doubt you can ask.
One question, sir, because you have deleted some relation between the variables, mediating and others. Do we have to write down these in the result as well, that we have deleted some relationship?
Yes,
And
sir,
then,
it is to be included. Wait,
okay.
I also shown my TCS so that you can get some idea. So mediating variable is the right term. Someone has asked in the chat box. So here I have given here the real model, the relationship between the independent variable, dependent variable with mediating variable. So after doing this, I have give the result. Okay, so I am given some parameters. So these parameters to be included. Okay. So then we going to give which are all the values which will be good fit for the model to be explained here. Okay. So then this is the result of proposed model. So there is no need of adding the unstandardized coefficient. So standardized coefficient value is sufficient for explaining the model. So here you can mention the variable name. So here the p value you can see here. These are all the value were higher less than 0.05. In this you can see this value. Okay. So this value is higher value. Okay, so that is the reason I have removed the linkage between attitudinal loyalty and store image. Okay, similarly you can see here there is another value. The p value is higher than 0.05, and also this one. since I have more variables, the table shows bigger. But anyway, for your thesis, you are also going to create in some model like this. Okay, so later on you can see here also I have mentioned so here you can see so I have mentioned only what are all the variables have an higher significant value. Okay, so that will impact or it will create a positive causal relationship with the other variable remaining at as included here. Okay, so here you can see the study also shows that all the mediating variable have no causal relationship towards behavior loyalty. But practically we think it may not, but no other go. The model has shown this is the thing happening. So we have to interpret that. Which means there is some problem in data collection. If I have not collected data to the right customer or right respondents, will also create this. Then we have to create the respecification model where I have removed that which have no causal relationship between the variable. And also I have mentioned here what is the proposed value and what is the respecified parameters value. Then I have given some recommendation value for this from some study evidence. Then I also given the result for the each category. So this is the way we have to carry out our model. So this is just an I also did for many other category also. Here you can have, this will give you some insight for your research also. That is why I have here you can see I also created a model only for the one mediating variable with two dependent variable. Okay, so this also I did. I have included each and every mediating variable between the factor and I have assessed which influenced more. Here you can see I have removed all the mediating factor and also make an assessment. Depends upon how you want to do it. I also give you how the reliability and validity for each and every factor. So here I have 7 factors for physical appearance. There is 7 statement for physical appearance. I have using confirmatory factor analysis to assess it. And I have concluded these values are higher than 0.6. So I am going to have the same data for my further path analysis. You can prepare the report like this, okay?
Prakash sir, does you require any break?
Yeah, we will have another 10 minutes break, sir.
Okay. We will have a short break.
So we will have 15 minutes break. After that, we will have a question and answer session because we have input all maximum thing to them. If they have any doubt, we can answer for it in the next session.
Okay, sir. We will meet you at 3:20. We will meet you at 3:20. We will have the session up to 4 or 4:10.
Okay.
If anything is else from the Prakash sir side, he will teach, and after that we will have the question and answer session, and after that we will share the link, feedback link to you, and once you fill the link, you will get a certificate. Okay.
Also, kindly, sir, send us a recording link as well after.
Yeah. That's it will take 1 or 2 days, sir, because we are recorded in our college ID. It will take 1 or 2 days, but definitely we will send it to you next week, right?
Okay, sir, no problem. Thank you.
So we will have a short break, sir. We will have it at maybe we will again we can rejoin the session at 3:20.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Prakash sir, you can proceed. Maybe 2 or 3 minutes and final words, please. Prakash sir.
So good evening, team. So many is asking, please guide for software installation. That will be greater. So as I already said, you first install the SPSS software. Then you have to also install the .NET. Later on, you can install the Amos software. Okay. Then it is easy for you to install the software. Because most of them they have installed. Isika Data Consulting Services. So result template I already given in the PPT will circulate to you. Okay. So because here you can see here, I also give the template of confirmatory factor analysis. So if want, I also include the final template also, so that it is easy for you to feed the data. So goodness of the fit is same for all the cases, either it for an confirmative factor analysis or if it is used for path analysis, the result table is same for goodness of fit. Only these thing I can include in your PPT. So is this enough, sir?
Okay, sir. Okay.
So this one I already given, sir. This format. This is the result of goodness of fit for any variable.
Okay, sir. Okay.
So any other question?
So, what is the difference between mediating and moderating, sir?
Actually, mediating variable is the right word which we going to include in the path analysis. So moderating variable means there are some other factors to be influenced indirectly or hiddenly. Okay, it will be hidden, it will be not influenced. Okay, so like example, so customer satisfaction may be influenced by some demographic variable like age group. Okay, so that we take it as an moderating variable. Okay, so that is not going to included in our path diagram.
Madam, regarding that same question, I have shared one clear diagram explanation in WhatsApp group. What is moderating and mediating variable, right? So mediating variable is in between dependent and independent variable, and moderating, as Sir has rightly pointed out, some demographical variables. So that can be moderated to the other variables, right? It is not a mediating variable actually. So moderating effect.
Okay.
So I have
What is the
variable.
impact on the dependent variable, sir?
what do we?
What is the impact on dependent variable?
What impact,
Mediating.
ma'am? See, actually, mediating variable is the say if you take example, customer satisfaction and customer loyalty, and you take example customer decision making process. Customer decision making process is a independent variable. After that, the satisfaction is a mediating variable, and customer loyalty is a dependent variable. So in between customer satisfaction, sorry, not customer satisfaction, in between consumer decision making and the customer loyalty, there are some variables which may be a hidden variables which have moderate effect. Say example, age factor or some personality factor, celebrity endorsement factor, which may be directly affect without the mediating variable, say customer satisfaction. That is called as a moderating variables. Okay, moderating variable is totally different. So it is not taken into consideration for the structural equation modeling analysis.
Okay, sir.
I have explained you that in the WhatsApp group, you can see that there are 3 different types.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. I will check, sir.
Ma'am, I also add on with the Karthi answer what he is interpreted for your question. So here I give you a small example. So I have shown you my model, right? Have you seen, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
So here I have added in some moderating variable. This is location. Okay. So I have make a study whether this link between the variable will source different approach on different location. So in here location will be act as an moderating variable. So from this we can find out some urban people feel better than rural people feel better than urban, but it is not going to included in the path diagram. Okay, ma'am.
Okay, sir. Okay.
We can separately assess and we can compare.
Okay.
And we can check whether that location, that is the people from rural area or people from the urban area buying of dresses or buying of apparel have any impact or any different impact or not.
Ma'am, moderating variable is also like an independent variable, right? Moderating variables is sometimes we also included in the independent variable.
Okay, sir.
Any other question, please?
Sorry, you have any use cases for SEM model?
So that's what we have discussed today. We have created some new model and we have discussed the case.
No, other than this, any data sets you have in Excel?
Yeah, data set it is available, sir. Sir, there is no need of working with the existing data set because while you formulating the model, it shows some deviation. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So you just collect the data. Minimum you can collect the 200 data. So 200 data is more than enough for doing the path analysis.
Okay.
With that, you can work out what we have solved today.
Okay. Okay, thank you, sir.
So mainly, why the dataset is not suited for doing analysis is each and every model differ because we link with different thing. Okay, most probably most of the model will not have right result or correct result. The reason is we have not approached the right customer while collecting the data. Okay. Or the way of collecting the data or the way of framing the conceptual model create a problem while we assess the final proposed model. Okay, which means you have to concerned more while making a data collection process. Because even me and Karthi sir find more problem in this. We allow the students to collect, they tick something or they feed some data. While making the analysis, we can easily find out it is highly deviated from what we expected result. Okay, so it means we want to concern more on data collection process.
That's what reliability, validity, and other types of important prerequisites are required. So that's what most of the researchers are suggested to go for pilot study. With the pilot study, the researcher advised to go for reliability test or validity test or any other type of test. Then only the researcher want to finalize the questionnaire. So without validity and reliability, if the researcher is going for conducting a research or data set, definitely we will not get the expected result or significant value.
Yeah, sir, one more question, sir. At least how many number of samples we have to consider for pilot study for this SEM model?
Pilot study, it depends, sir. At least see when you are there are two types of sampling techniques. You hope you all know. I always advise to my scholars and any of the researcher, don't go for non-probability sampling technique. Even though the population is unknown, I ask them all to go for only probability sampling technique. Most of the PhD researcher, they may go for maybe 800 to 1200, it depends. I advise you to go for at least 60 to 70 pilot study, 60 to 70 sample. And based on the pilot study result, standard deviation value, you apply the formula and determine what would be the sample size. Based on the pilot study result, then standard deviation mean value. If you apply with the formula of Israel, there is a person, other name of Israel. He formulated the one sample size formula. And based on that, you can apply that. You will get what would be the appropriate sample size. There are so many online tools are also available to find out the appropriate sample size. For pilot study is considered 60 to 70 sample is definitely required.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Just maximum 5 minutes. I will share this PPT also, but for your better understanding, just 5 minutes I will take. Hope my screen is visible.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes,
So
sir.
this is actually the SEM analysis procedure. Specify the model. If the model specification, the researcher will specify the model determining the every relationship, right? And identify the model, estimate the model, test the model fit, manipulate the model. Or in other words, so this is a basic step. I just add two more steps in the previous slide. Assumption, measures, data, model specification, identification and estimation, model testing, possible re-specification of the model, and interpretation and report of the result. That's what the Prakashar also would have discussed. So you keep in mind, and based on that, you can work on the SIM analysis. And these are all the some books of structural equation modeling. I think I am also having, there is a book called Byron. It is a very good book on that is I have pointed out in the second one, structural equation modeling with Amos. Clearly it is explained about all the procedures, how to do research, how to start a analysis using the Amos software. Everything it is explained. These are all the other books here at etc. It is also one of the famous book on multivariate data analysis. So you can easily study and follow the guidelines. And these are all the necessary steps which must be executed before the employment of the SIM modeling for the cause of survey-based application. That's what I already explained you, right? Before go for incorporating the information in the SIM, we want to finalize the conceptual model, then go for hypothesis, questionnaire, survey, sample, definition of indicator, then you go for application of further analysis using the SIM model. So otherwise, first we go for EFA, identifying the nature of underlying latent factors, that is then go for CFA, confirm a hypothesized factor structure, then go for SIM, estimate the causal relationship on the different factors. Then you may calculate whether the model is fit for the indices or not. That is called as a model validation or model fit. This is normally we called as a SIM modeling design. So there are four important things you keep in your mind, that is convergent and discriminant validity and reliability in the CFA analysis. One is a composite reliability, average variance extracted, maximum shared variance, average shared variance. Then come to the threshold is considered. This is very, very important. You can take a snapshot also. Threshold for the measures of the convergence and discriminant validity and reliability in the CFA analysis. So EVA is less than 0.05. That is called as AVA. That is mainly for the purpose of convergent validity. CR is 0.70, composite reliability. MSV, that is less than AVE, maximum shared variance, and ASV is also less than AVE, that is average shared variance. This is mainly for the purpose of discriminant validity. And the same definition same methodology I have also got from that one more book, the detailed presentation of all the significant steps in the SIM modeling. Complete SIM modeling is displayed in this particular structure flow chart. I will share this PPT also for the material. You can refer it. And these are all the fit indices in the purpose of SIM modeling testing and evaluation. Chi-square value is given, absolute fit index, and the chi-square divided by degrees of freedom is 3 is good, 5 permissible, RMSE value how much, and GFI value how much, RMR, SRMR, NFI, NNFI, CFI, PNFI, all the informations are given here. So if you can take a snapshot also, based on that you can write the interpretation for the SIM model. So these are all the some important software. As morning also I told you, Amos software is available in the add-on with the SPSS now. So other than Amos, there are other softwares. There is one software, free software, Highball, and MX is also free software. OpenMX, SIGBAT, so many softwares are available. And what is the meaning, why we are using Amos and etc. Other things are also given in the slide. Okay. So with this we both of you would like to give our appreciation and effort for attending this particular workshop. So though you have very limited, maybe one day is not sufficient for learning SEM analysis. Actually, last 2 years back, our department is continuously organizing structural equation modeling workshop for 5 days for the faculty members and research scholar from all over India in the offline mode. That is in the offline mode. And we also plan to start similar kind of workshop from next month onwards. I mean, for next 2 months later, we plan to conduct offline mode workshop at our institution. If time permits, you can also join and enjoy the session, right? So if you have any specific question, you may ask. If you have any specific question, you can ask. And the next month, we are planned to organize one workshop on research for researchers. Research, there is a topic called research for researchers. It is complete framework for the people who wish to do research or already completed the research. How we start with the problem, research problem, how we can identify the research gap. Then we go for questionnaire design, hypothesis development, review of literature, and so many workshops. I mean, so many other topics like reliability calculation and validity calculation. Okay. And we also going to talk about conceptual framework, criteria for choosing the test. If at all, what are all the criteria, we can go for chi-square. Whatever the criteria, we go for the ANOVA, t-test. And we also finally, we talk about what are all the chapters we want to write for dissertation as well as article writing. So this is purely based on offline mode workshop. And that's, I think, Prakash sir, when it is happen? Any idea?
Which workshop, sir?
Next workshop, I think
14th or 15th, I think. Sir.
Yeah, 18th.
18th.
Yeah, 18 to it is actually a physical mode workshop. 18 to 23. Physical mode, only one day. Research for researchers. We are going to focus on a research problem, research gap, writing review of literature, research hypothesis, research framework, which includes research design, sampling design, data design, tools for analyzing the data. Then we are going to talk about conceptual model, research methodology model, questionnaire development, criteria for choosing various analysis, then layout of dissertation and writing research paper. So this workshop we are going to conduct on 18 to 2023 Saturday in physical mode. Okay. So thank you very much. If any specific question you can ask, otherwise we will wind up the session.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for the information. Thank you.
Santana Kumar, sir. Sir, any questions, sir?
Hello, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, good evening, sir. I am Santana Kumar.
Yes, sir. Please, sir.
Sir, நம்ம CFA பத்தி சொல்லியிருந்தீங்கல்ல, CFA. அதுல வந்து நம்ம டேட்டா வந்து எப்படி இருந்தா மாடல் ஃபிட் வந்து தெளிவா கிடைக்கும்?
பிரகாஷ் சார்.
சார், இது டேட்டாஸ் வந்து கலெக்ட் பண்ண டேட்டாஸை வேலிடேட் பண்றது தான் CFA-ஓட ஒர்க்கே. நம்ம டேட்டா கரெக்டா இல்லையான்னு செக் பண்றது தான் CFA-ஓட ஒர்க்கே. டேட்டாஸ் எப்படி இருக்கணும்னு ஃபீல் பண்ணீங்கன்னா, இப்போ ஒரே குரூப்புக்குள்ள ஒரு லிமிட்டெட் பர்சன்ஸ் வர்றாங்கன்னா அவங்களோட தாட்ஸ் எல்லாம் எப்படி இருக்கணும், சிமிலர் டைப்ஸா இருக்கணும்.
Okay, sir.
If many of the indicator which comes under a one single roof na, which means all the indicator will have the similar types of value. If it is like that, automatically you can get the model fit better.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your information.
Sir, we are really thankful to you for giving the time and patience. And it has been really help for those who wish to pursue research and want to do the analysis in this, want to use this tool as an analysis, I would request you just that in coming 15-20 days, I'm also working on a paper where I'm planning to use this. But then real task of mine will come once I work on the Amos with my hands. I've still not been able to do it today because of some issues, because probably SPSS has not been first loaded on it. So I'll do it, and then we'll keep on asking the questions to you on WhatsApp or on mail. So please, if you could respond to that, it'll be very nice. That is all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's not going to end. We're going to continually helpful for all your research activity. Even if you find any difficulties in doing analysis on SPSS or Amos, you can approach us. We will help you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you so much,
So,
sir.
dear participants, I have shared the feedback link. And the link will be open only for 15 minutes. So kindly fill the feedback form and you will automatically get the certificate. We will verify and we will distribute the certificate.
Thank you so much.
So we will not share this link in WhatsApp group. Dear participants, don't share the link in the WhatsApp group. And the link will open only 10 to 15 minutes. Please fill the details carefully.
Participants, if you have any feedback, maybe positively or negatively, you can give it so that it helps us for the improvement. So we can avoid it on the future. One thing is installing of Amos that we have known because we felt since SPSS and Amos are common to all, most of them they have installed in their laptop. So we felt that, and we have not coordinated for installing it.
It is also too difficult when we go with the online mode. We are unable to see you in the personally. That's what there may be some problem. Maybe it depends on the hardware requirement on your system. So if you are approached to any system administrator, definitely it will be help. It will install, because it is also a bilateral version. I mean the SPSS and Amos is also a paid version. We would not say that how it will work on your system. It depends on your laptop. So we will ready to support you in our future cases also.
Any other feedback you can?
So please fill it. So thank you very much. Thank you very much all for attending this particular workshop on structural equation, basic structural equation modeling using the software Amos. On behalf of organizing team, I would like to give the full part of appreciation to Dr. N. Prakash, who has shared his vision and thought for delivering the lecture on the basic Amos using the practical session. And it is not an end, actually it is a beginning. I think he tried to incorporate all the possible things within one day, because SIM is a software where we want to learn for 5 to 6 days. So, but in spite of all, we try to give it very short and sweeter manner in only one day. So that is a possibility thing what we have to do. If we plan to have such type of similar kind of workshop in future, maybe in both online mode and offline mode, so we can deliver much better than whatever we deliver today. Okay, so thank you very much all, and we assure that we will share the material and other whatever the basic requirements within 1 or 2 days, maybe next week. Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Sir, will you do it in the group itself on the WhatsApp?
Which one, ma'am? Material.
Yeah, material
Yeah,
and the
material
recording.
we will include it in the Google Drive, and we will share it in the Drive address in the WhatsApp group.
Sir, what about feedback, sir?
So feedback we have given.
Okay. That
Feedback
link.
link we have posted in the group, sir.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Not posted in the group. We have posted in the Google Meet.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Posted in the
chat. It's in the chat.
Yeah, it is
the
in the
chat.
chat box. It is in the chat
Okay.
box.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Sir.
Thank you, sir.
If you want to provide any personal feedback, the floor is open to you. Please give. No problem.
Okay, sir. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you very much. Prakash sir, shall we wind up?
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you. I also posted
Thank you all.
the
I'm going to
PPT of the model.
Yeah.
Okay.
Shall I wind up, dear participants?
Yes.
Sami, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Thank you,
sir.
sir. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank
Thank you
you.
very much. Thank you all. I'm going to end the meeting.
Okay, sir.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir.